Good morning, everyone. I'm Gabriela Smarrelli, Senior Research Associate at the Center for Global Development. I'm delighted to welcome you all here and also our audience online to the Center for Global Development for this research workshop on school violence prevention and response. Many of you have traveled long distances to join us for this important conversation, and we are very grateful that you are here. It is truly exciting that we will spend the next day and a half discussing the latest evidence on the drivers and consequences of school-related violence, as well as the policies and interventions that can help prevent violence and strengthen institutional responses to address violence in and around the schools. Over the course of the workshop, we will learn from research done in 15 low and middle-income countries, and we will engage with evidence generated through a wide range of approaches to deepen our understanding of a complex issue that has profound effects on children's lives. We all in this room know that children face high levels of violence in and around the schools. And all of us here share a deep commitment to generating robust evidence and identifying innovative solutions to end school-related violence. This put us on a unique position to make the most of our time together, to use this space to exchange ideas, share feedback, learn from each other's work, to identify research gaps and priorities for new evidence generation, to build networks and foster future collaborations, and importantly, to work together to disseminate and amplify evidence that can drive meaningful action so that every child can be safe and thrive in schools. Many thanks for being here today. And without further ado, let me invite Maria Fernanda Prada, Senior Specialist in Education at the International Development Bank, to start the workshop with a session titled, What Works to Prevent Violence in and Around the Schools? This will be the first of 2 sessions discussing this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for the introduction, and congratulations for organizing this amazing workshop. Good morning, everyone. As Gabriela said, my name is Maria Fernanda Prada. I work as an education specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank, and I also work and coordinate our joint agenda on the intersection between violence, education, and prevention. It's a pleasure for me to be here and welcome you to this first session on what works to prevent violence in and around schools. As we know, violence is preventable, yet significant gaps remain in understanding the most effective pathways to reducing violence and also enhancing children's learning and other academic outcomes and well-being measurements. Today's panel will bring together 4 rich pieces of research that illuminate different angles of this great challenge, with intervention targeting students inside the schools, interventions targeting parents as agents of change, interventions around school perimeters, and across broader education systems. Hugo Ñopo will open the conversation presenting the first paper, Can Attitudinal Changes Toward Reporting Curb Violence? This paper examines an intervention inside the schools in Peru that aims to reduce violence by transforming the norms and students' beliefs about reporting. This innovative intervention not only reduces violence, but also improves academic outcomes and prevents criminal engagement in the future. The second paper will be presented by Qing-Yu Hu. In this paper, we will move focus from classrooms to homes, to parents. From empathy to education opportunity, evaluates parent-directed empathy programs delivered during middle school. By enhancing empathy and parenting practices, the program improves socio-emotional outcomes in the short run and later influences key milestones such as dropout prevention and admission to elite schools. Then we move to our third paper, to the school perimeter, a critical but often overlooked space. Eleno Castro will present Breaking the Gang, an evaluation of escuelas seguras in El Salvador. which deployed preventive police patrols around high-risk neighborhoods. They don't only find that the program is effective in preventing gang recruitment, but also reduce dropouts and have great impacts in the longer run. The final paper steps back to examine the global evidence on the impact of these prevention interventions on educational outcomes. Professor Karen DeVries will present the results of a systematic review, reassuring that violence prevention programs do not harm educational outcomes, dispelling a common concern among policymakers, but also highlighting that reducing violence alone does not automatically improve learning, and this underscores the importance of embedding violence prevention within a broader education system strategies. So we're going to invite each of the panelists. They are going to have 15 minutes for the presentation, and afterwards we're going to have a round of an open discussions with your questions around 25 minutes. And with all of this, thank you, and let's begin.
Okay, thank you so much, the organizers, for including our paper into this fantastic workshop, and very excited to share this paper with this special group of audience. And this is a paper about evaluating a unique parent hierarchy intervention, and we hope that we can better address the issue of school bullying. And this is a joint work with Fabio Cunha from Rice University and Yiming and Naibao from Southwestern University of Finance and Economics in China. Okay, so bullying, which I believe is a topic that is relevant for all of us. We all grew up from adolescence, a period full of joy and happiness. However, sometimes it is also dangerous and vulnerable. And the bullying has been shown to be one of the major sources of this vulnerability during this particular period. So according to official statistics, 1/3 of the youth are currently involved in bullying. The consequences of bullying and victimization are well documented. So there are already a lot of literature talking about that those victims are more likely to be associated with worse mental health status, worse academic skills, abilities, and the bullying even causes suicide or suicidal thoughts. And these adverse consequences can persist further until their adulthood. However, we still know little about why kids bully and how we can better address bullying. So one key reason that why kids bullying can be related to these low levels of non-academic skill, in particular due to low family and school investments. So developmental psychology literature has pointed out that usually the bullies, they tend to be more associated with like having lower level of empathy skill. So empathy here means the ability that you can feel and detect others' feelings, and is always considered as an important social emotional skill. But what is also lacking is that in the literature, we still know very little about whether these type of social emotional skills are more malleable during this adolescence period. And in terms of the solutions, so most of the existing anti-bullying programs, they tend to be apply this whole school approach. So usually they tend to involve multiple agents, so including schools, teachers, communities, and the families. And sometimes these type of program can cost like thousands of dollars to just remove one bully. And also there's also some evidence showing that some of the effects can only be persistent in the short run. Okay, so here comes our paper. To bridge the research gap and also inform policy, we design and evaluate a unique parent-directed intervention. And specifically want to see whether a parent-directed intervention designed to foster non-academic skill, and in particular empathy skill, can help change parental behavior and help adolescents form non-academic skill, in particular empathy, and more importantly, whether it can produce this additional indirect benefits, that is reducing school bullying incidents. And on top of that, we're also going to ask this more ambitious question, that is, if we see the effects in the short run, then whether these type of effects can persist or just fade out in the long run. Okay, so in the interest of time, I will just jump directly into giving you more details of the program. So there are 3 key features of the intervention. The first one is it's parent-directed. So what we do is we target the parents, and we look into the family circle, and we want to educate, we want to help adolescents form empathy through this type of family education. Number 2, the feature is, so in terms of the content, so we embed a curriculum developed by psychologists, and then the content is everything about empathy. So nothing specifically mentioned about bullying. The content also includes these 2 key features, education and the coaching, which are the key two key aspects of being a parental involvement program. And I will show you more details in next slide. And then the third feature is it's actually a clever use of social media. So what we do is we design a mobile app and embed this app into a social media platform. And all the materials are uploaded on this platform, and the parents and the children can easily access all the materials. So the advantage of using the mobile app is that it automatically comes with a tracking feature, so that researchers can know like who registered the program, whether they finished the test or not. So basically increases the trackability a lot. And then the other advantage is it also makes this like the reuse of the materials quite easy. So you can consider like designing the mobile app just a one-time fixed cost. And then it also increases the feasibility of scaling up in the future. Okay, so this is how the curriculum look like. So the curriculum was developed by psychologists and motivated by 2 classical books. And so the whole intervention lasted for 4 months. So basically each month there's a monthly topic. And in total, our intervention includes the topic, for example, empathy, perspective taking, value of uniqueness, and experience. And the way that we convey this program to the parents and the students we through this like parent-child reading task and the movie task. So here we also did a summary of what is going on in this curriculum. So basically you can see that in general for each monthly topic we deliver 2 biweekly reading tasks and 1 movie task. And usually the first reading task will be more emphasized on explaining the concept to the parents and then telling them why this concept is important, so more corresponding to this education feature. And then the second reading task is more about providing detailed examples and detailed how-to procedures to educate and then to let parents know like how they can incorporate this concept into their daily parenting practices, so more corresponding to this coaching feature. And other details about implementation is these interventions were implemented in 2 large middle schools in China, so in total involving around like 2,200 students and the parents. And then, so half of the classes were randomly assigned to this treatment group, so they will receive all those programs. And then the other half is just a pure control group. Okay, so the other thing that we did is in the paper, we try our best to did a very thorough literature review. And then because in economics literature, papers about bullying is quite scarce. And then we try our best to include as many as like RCTs possible published in interdisciplinary work. And then what we find is many RCTs, they are curriculum-based type of programs. And then the goal, they usually involve like training the school teachers and the staff. And then the other thing we find is only 9 out of 71 RCTs are implemented in low or middle income country contexts, where very sadly, the school bullying is way more severe and the prevalence. And then in contrast, our program is we have this very unique feature of targeting parents. So our intervention is more like a parent-directed intervention. So we try to highlight the role of parents in the formation of social-emotional skill among adolescents. And the other thing is also our intervention is more coming towards this positive angle. So we are not saying like bullying is bad, you cannot bully others, something like that, but rather coming from this positive angle that students can be more empathetic and then so further reduce bullying. But what is common is that the way that we collect measures of bullying, so similar as others, we also use self-reported measure, but we try to collect as detailed measures as possible, and in the econometrics analysis, we also use rigorous method to account for potential misreporting. Okay, so key findings. In the short run, so the participation, everything is voluntary. We cannot force parents to participate. So from the data exported from the app, we find that about the take-up rate is about like 40%. And then in the short run, we find the intervention works. So it indeed changed parental behavior. It indeed improved adolescents' non-cognitive skill, in particular empathy. And importantly, it also significantly reduced bullying in all dimensions. So we find that it reduced bullies, reduced victims, reduced witness, reduced bystanders. So we firmly believe that bystanders really play a huge role, crucial role in preventing bullying in this context. And our intervention also works in reducing bystander proportion. And then in the longer run, so what we do is we track the students for another year. And then from these second round follow-up data, we find that the effect on bullying reduction still persisted. And then the other thing is we find the effects on students' non-cognitive skill kind of become insignificant, but the magnitude is like only reduced by 0.02 standard deviation, so it's not that huge. Interestingly, we also find suggestive evidence that there's positive norm kind of changing and going on. So we find that the students in the treated classes, they are more likely to strongly agree that bullying is never acceptable under any circumstance. And they also agree that their parents and the friends also have the same belief as themselves. So it's more like we measure this first order belief and also second order belief, and then kind of suggesting these positive norm is going on. And this is also consistent with and also help us explain why we can see this persistent reduction on school bullying. Which is this one is like more exciting. So basically what happened is last summer our youngest cohort just graduated, and so we collected this admin data. So they have to attend this high school entrance exam. So a bit of context is that in China we have this 9-year compulsory education system, which means that right at the end of the middle school you have to decide whether you want to continue the education or not. And usually attending this high school entrance exam will be a signal that you will continue this education trajectory. So what we find is through this admin data, those treated classes students, they are significantly less likely to be absent from attending this entrance exam. And we also see that they are more likely to be admitted to elite high school. So because the admin data also give us the test score outcomes, so we can also evaluate whether there's any changes on the like more of the intensive margin. So the way that we do is we calculate this test score and then transfer that using this percentile rank. And what we find is there's also significant improvement in this percentile rank. So which means that in the long run, our intervention works, and the benefit go beyond just reducing bullying, but also boosting the longer term student academic outcomes. Okay, so finally, we also did a cost-effective analysis. So our intervention only costs $16 to reduce one bully, which is less expensive compared to most of the whole school approach type of intervention. So for example, here, the very famous always whole school bullying prevention intervention, they cost about like $11,000 per victim spread. Also, to give you a better sense of the number, so our costs lie in between Ellen and the co-author's Turkish classroom intervention and Cozy and the co-author's mentoring program. Okay, so 1 minute. Okay, so to conclude, we design and evaluate unique parent-directed intervention. We find that the intervention works, and it creates these benefits to both the parents and the students. We also find that empathy can be learned, although not that easy. More importantly, we find that in the longer run, the intervention, there's no negative crowding out effect, but rather kind of boosting the students' longer-term test score and longer-term development. Another thing is our intervention is really like cost-effective. And last but not least, so we are really interested in looking for potential collaborators in kind of implementing these intervention, maybe in other contexts or feasible to like scaling it up. And then we're really excited to see and curious to see whether that what results that will give to us. And that's all I have. And thank you for your attention.
Hi everyone, my name is Eleno. Today I'm going to present this paper, Breaking the Gun, a preventive approach to reduce recruitment in school. This is a joint project with Felipe Coy, also with Maria Michaeles Biachi and Carlos Schmidt-Padilla. Let me start by motivating the question first. Well, around Latin America and also in other countries, we have this problem in which criminal organizations control large part of state territory. We have to mention a few examples, Mexico, Rio de Janeiro, and also what used to be El Salvador. And we also may think about some policies that could try to address this type of problems, but could be sometimes ineffective. For example, if we think about having policy or incarceration, this can create a lot of local violence in those areas. Or if we think about behavioral intervention or cash transfers, for example, this could be very hard to deliver in those places in which these criminal organizations have a strong control on. And even if this type of policy works, one other problem that we may face is that the strategic response of these gangs would be to increase recruitment, right? So, and in this context in particular, it means recruit teenagers and adolescents. And this basically would renew this criminal cycle and like maintain this territorial continuity of these gangs in those areas. So an important question that we should try to answer is, can reducing recruitment prevent the expansion of organized crime? But to answer this question, we need to know two things that we don't have, at least in the literature, very clear. The first one is, how can we stop the recruitment of children into gangs? And the second one is, does reducing recruitment affect long-term criminal involvement in gang activity? So that's why these are the questions that we are going to try to answer today. We are going to use a very specific example of a policy that happened in El Salvador called Safe School Program that was implemented by the Ministry of Justice and the UNDP, which increased police patrolling during the school at entry and exit hours to protect students from gun exposure. To estimate the result, we're going to use synthetic defensive. And we're going to compare the schools that were treated against some schools that were pre-selected into the program, but in which the program was never implemented because it was discontinued for political reasons. And the main finding that we have is that this program was really effective in reducing dropout rates at the typical gun entry ages, reduced youth recruitment and juvenile detentions, also reduced long-run gun-related crime and extortion. And also, we don't see displacement of prostitution into adult recruitment as a strategic behavior of these gangs. So let me talk a little bit about the background in El Salvador. When this program was implemented in 2015, El Salvador was the world had the world highest homicide rate, so it was considered the country most dangerous or with the most violence in the world. This was largely driven because of these two gangs, the MS-13 and the Barrio 18. These two gangs operate like small autonomous cliques in which each clique controls a small neighborhood. And you can think these cliques as a franchise. And basically, these gangs, the most of the revenue of these gangs is coming from extortion of local businesses. And in this context, extortion is labor intensive. And So leaders usually target adolescents and teenagers for recruitment because two things, they are easy to coerce into violence, and also because they face less legal consequences. So as a result of this, what we see in the data is that the average age of entry into this gun is around 15 years old. Usually children start as lookouts, and eventually they progress to collecting extortions. And also very important to know is that children in these controlled areas may have very specific knowledge or local knowledge that is very hard to substitute with outsiders. So as I already told you before, this recruitment ensures this territorial continuity despite this high turnover due to incarceration or even or death that we see in the data in the case of El Salvador with these high homicide rates. And as you may expect, a school in these controlled areas are the primary recruitment hubs, basically. So in this context, the Ministry of Justice and the government at the time create this policy basically to prevent the interaction between students and gangs. So the program has two main components. The first one was patrolling around the school during entry and exit hours. And also they have talks once a year, if I remember correctly, in which the police talk about why they were there and what are the consequences of joining into gangs. The patrolling component consists of having 3 to 5 officers patrolling around the school during peak hours. Very important is that they came from existing local police units. There was no increase in the staff. And also there was explicit guidelines to focus basically to prevent gun-student interactions. And for the non-treated school in those neighborhoods, the police force continue with their normal patrolling. So here we can see some picture of the program. In this graph, we can see the patrolling events, and we see that the program took place as expected. We see that there is an increase on patrolling only during entry and exit times during the day. We don't see any difference on patrolling events during other times. The data that we use, we combine administrative and special data in different levels. We have a school level data in which we have dropout and program implementation. A school perimeter, we use police activity, gun profiling, incarceration, and also we use data at municipality level in which we have crime and youth detention. We also are going to show you some results at the student level in which we have a student characteristics to know in which type of a student this program is more effective. And for the identification strategy, again, we use synthetic defensive, and we compare the treated school against this a school that were pre-selected into this program, but in which the program was never implemented. So for the short-run effects, what we find is that the program reduced the dropout rate. We can see here that there was a reduction of about 35% with respect to the control mean. If we zoom in into this dropout, we see that this is largely driven by in those grades in which match with the gun entry ages, which is between 6th to 9th grade. And in those grades, actually we see a stronger dropout, a stronger reduction in the dropout rate, which could be about 50%. Also, we see that there is a reduction in the new recruits in those areas. We see also there is a reduction in the teen detentions. And very important to notice here that is just related with gun-related activities or crime. We don't see any reduction for non-gun related crime, which makes sense because the program is not expected to have any effect on those type of crimes. For the long-run effects, we see that affected or a cohort that were exposed to the program are less likely to be incarcerated in 2018 and 19. For example, if we see in the graph in the right, in the 2019, we see that the cohort that is between 18 to 19 years old, we see that they're less likely to be incarcerated. These people were between 14 to 15 years old when in 2015 when the program was implemented. So it's the people who was exposed to the program. We don't see any effect in upper cohorts. And if we zoom in on why now these people is being less incarcerated for, we see that also is because there is a reduction in the gun-related crimes. Also, we see a reduction in homicide rates and in extortions. And again, we don't see any reduction in non-gun-related crime when they are adults. And when we aggregate the data at the municipality level, we also see a reduction in the extortion and in the homicide rates. This is this is coming more slowly because we expect that the effect that it will have of recruitment is not going to be immediately in the gun activity. So that's our hypothesis, but we do see that this is decreasing over time. Another question that we have is like if putting more police there would increase local violence. At least in the data, that's something that we don't see. If that was happening, we should expect to see an increase in the incarceration rate, but that's something that we don't see. We see actually completely the opposite, in which there was decreasing. And also, if we see other type of police violence, like for example, the probability of homicide committed by a police, we don't see any changes in that type of violence. And also, the interesting question that we wanted to answer is who is the people most affected by the program? And we managed to see if some students have links with guns when they were exposed to the program. For example, if they have a sibling that was incarcerated or other type of relative that was incarcerated. And in those type of cases, we don't see any effect. Actually, it's completely, the effects are a little bit attenuated, which makes sense because maybe these people was already connected to the guns, so this program is not going to prevent that type of connection that they have. So this is very useful for the average type of students. So for the other type of students, I think that we still need other type of policy to prevent them to join into guns. And also, we see if there are any different effects on those places in which we have more than one gang competing for the territory, and where we see that in those type of places in which there is more gang competition, we see a stronger effects. And we see a higher decrease in the dropout rates, recruitment, and also in the incarceration. Well, incarceration is not significant, but it's going in the same direction as the other ones. And also we have special effects on gender. We also see that it reduced the dropout rate for girls. We also see a reduction in the teen pregnancy test. And well, we don't have a significant effect for teen pregnancy-related visits, but they are going also in the same direction as the other results. Which also this is very important because sometimes in this type of context, girls are overlooked. So in the main paper, we have a more sophisticated responses to this question, but one question, but I will just answer this one very briefly. Do guns offset recruitment losses by targeting other schools? We don't see that in the data. Actually, we see that there are a kind of small spillovers around other schools, even though these are very attenuated, but at least we don't see any evidence of they are like increasing recruitment in other schools. And do they shift recruitment towards adults? Also, we don't see that. Why this strategic response was so limited? We have two hypotheses. The first one is that extortion revenues cannot absorb higher recruitment costs. This is especially because extortion is not as profitable in those areas as you may expect, because usually gangs do extortion on very poor and small firms. And also the other hypothesis that we have is that youth cannot substitute veterans members. Young recruits require time and training. So if these gangs heavily discount for the future, they may not adjust immediately when they see an increase in the recruitment cost. So as a conclusions, what we try to show in this paper is that targeting child recruitment improves human capital and reduce long-term gang involvement. And in this type of program, we also see that girls also benefit from this type of programs. We don't find evidence of displacements nearby other schools or substitution into adult recruitment. And this could be an alternative to other type of policies that we have seen recently, like mass incarceration and crackdowns in low capacity settings. And that's all. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I just check you can hear me okay. Good. Let me try to work the clicker. Oh, it's coming. Okay. In the meantime, thanks so much for having me here. My name's Karen DeVries. I'm a professor of social epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And I'm super excited to be at a meeting for 2 days that is all about school violence, because I've spent quite a number of years working in this space. And I should also say that I come at this very much from a public health perspective, and I know we've got a bit of a economics, epidemiology thing. So at any point, if you don't understand what I'm saying in my public health language, just give me a shout and we will attempt to translate over so that we can talk between disciplines. Okay, so I am talking today in this session about violence interventions that are delivered in schools and whether these can actually improve educational outcomes. And I'm building off work that my team, in particular my colleague Emily, has been leading. She's been doing a massive systematic review where she's gotten literally all of the trials of any interventions that have been delivered in a school to prevent violence. And then various analyses are kind of taking deep dives into those. And so this is one of them. So here we all know and agree, and is enshrined in the UNCRC, that children have a right to live a violence-free childhood. And schools actually, I think, are a fantastic potential platform for violence prevention more generally. And I think, as a public health person, I get really excited about the schools as a platform idea, because I'm like, yeah, kids are in there. We've got, lots of opportunity to teach and impart core skills. But I know also that all of my other public health colleagues think the same. So the nutrition folks down the hall are like, great, we're going to do all our nutrition interventions in schools. The mental health people are like, great, we're going to solve mental health in schools. So I think it's important for us to kind of flip it around and think about this from the school's perspective. So think about, how do we pitch violence prevention as a thing that is helpful for schools and for education? And in one way, we don't have to make that much of an argument, because part of the core mission of schools is to help with children's kind of social and emotional development. And of course, violence prevention interventions do just that. And we also know there's really good longitudinal evidence that experiencing violence in childhood is associated with poor educational outcomes later on, so it's pretty indisputable. But sometimes, and fellow panelists have already alluded to it this morning, what we hear from very busy head teachers in schools who might be really focused on ensuring good exam results is that we've got lots of things to do. We don't have time to implement this. We're worried that it's going to take away from our focus on core learning outcomes. So in this review, we are actually trying to see what the evidence says about this question of whether violence prevention interventions delivered in schools can improve children's educational outcomes. So this massive systematic review, as I mentioned, there's kind of a parent systematic review to this, and I'll just draw your attention to the yellow boxes here. So in the parent review, this is of all trials of any violence interventions in a school, we found 160 articles. So what we did was then carefully screen through all of those to see which ones, in addition to looking at violence, also actually measured an educational outcome. And so what we found there was 13 papers that It reported on 12 different trials that actually measured both violence and educational outcomes. And I should make it clear that the bar to kind of get into this review was high. So we wanted violence outcomes that were kind of gold standard. So it was about violent behaviors. It was self-reported experiences of those. So we're not talking about attitudes or norms or reporting or anything else. We took a bit of a broader view on educational outcomes, which you'll see, just to kind of document what was out there. So of the 12 trials we found, 8 of them were in primary schools, remainder in secondary schools. Half of them were from the US, and then there was 1 each from a range of different countries, so El Salvador, India, Jamaica, Norway, Pakistan, and Uganda. In terms of the forms of violence that the interventions addressed, most of it was about peer violence and bullying, so violence between students. There were a couple about violence from teachers to students and sexual harassment, and then some interventions actually addressed multiple forms of violence. When we're looking at the education outcomes, there was, again, a range of stuff in there. So there were about half of them that actually measured test scores, which is kind of the hard outcome. So how do children actually do in literacy and numeracy? And then there were a range of other outcomes around academic self-concept, academic behaviors, some around school absence or dropout, and some around educational attainment, so how far did you reach in school? Okay. The other thing that we saw across these trials was that most of them did have some risk of bias. And this is basically, we can't be 1,000% confident that the results are true. And this, in this family of trials, was mainly about the way people did analyses. So rather than analyzing everybody that was assigned to the intervention, sometimes they would just take the people who actually participated in and fully kind of complied with the intervention. And then the other kind of major theme across these trials was potential selection bias in reporting. So people basically would analyze a huge range of outcomes without saying in advance, this is the one we're hanging our hat on. And then, so there's the potential for people to kind of cherry pick positive results from that. Okay, so when we look at what we found here, all 12 interventions that we found, they were successful in reducing violence. So good news on the violence front. But when it came to the education outcomes, actually things were really inconsistent. And this plot up here, which is super tiny, and you probably can't read, but I'm happy to share it afterwards. This is called a forest plot. So what it's doing, the studies are on the far left. And so within each study, people often looked at a range of different educational outcomes, which are listed there. And then the kind of long bar with the dots and the horizontal bars, those are the effect estimates from each study. So basically, if they're on the left, that means the children had better educational outcomes in the control group, where there was no violence intervention. If the dots are on the right, that means the educational outcomes were better, where the children did get a violence intervention. So what we would hope to see is everything being on the right, but as you can see, that's not the case. It is a bit all over the place. So when we kind of count these and summarize them, we see that 5 of the 12 trials had positive effects on educational outcomes. In 5 of the 12 trials, the violence interventions had quite mixed positive and negative effects. 2 out of 12, nothing seemed to happen at all. And then also importantly, there were no trials where there were all harmful effects of the intervention, which is important in relation to that kind of opportunity cost of implementing violence prevention. Okay. So when we then think about, okay, what's going on in these positive trials where they found good results on educational outcomes, it's a bit difficult to kind of disentangle what's going on there because there's lots of things going on at once. So I think the key points around that are that all of these trials that found the quite positive results were done in high-income countries. They all have a higher risk of bias, and they're all looking at what I've termed softer outcomes. So it's not test scores that those ones are looking at. They're looking at the kind of academic self-concept and sort of perceptions of performance type outcomes. Okay, so what does it all mean? Well, the first thing I actually felt when I did this was actually a bit shocked at the very limited amount of evidence we have on this. And so I think for me, as a person who attends lots of these meetings, it's like one of the most common questions you get asked is like, oh, but does reducing violence improve educational outcomes? And I kind of knew that there wouldn't be that much out there, but I was still shocked at how little actually there was. And I think as a field, we can do a lot better at measuring this stuff. So it's a call to action for all of us. The other thing I take away based on the limited evidence we have is that, okay, it's possible. So school violence prevention can improve some educational outcomes. But that inconsistent effect, to me, we need to figure out why and unpack why that is. And I think, this is just hypothetical, but there's probably a few things that could be going on. So it's really striking to me that all of those positive results are in high-income countries. And I think, for me, when we think about how school violence reductions might improve results, if you're a kid in a classroom, violence reduces, you're less fearful, maybe you can concentrate more. If you're in a high-income country, you're likely to be in a school that has got resources and the kind of basic building blocks in place where you can then take advantage of that stuff and learn your literacy, learn your numeracy. But if you're in a low-income country where education systems really have a lot of challenge in delivering those fundamental results, you get your violence reduced, you can concentrate more, but then actually you can't access those learning resources. So I think that could be one explanation for what we see going on. I think similarly about the types of, it's about the epidemiology of violence that children experience. So if you're a kid in a high-income country, you are much more likely to be only experiencing one, maybe two forms of violence. So if you get an intervention that reduces your school violence, actually, then life might be looking quite a lot better, and you might not have that much else going on. Whereas if you're a child in a low-income country where you are a lot more likely to have other violence exposures outside the school, if you reduce school violence, great, that's only going to be helpful, but it might not be enough on its own to then enable you to take advantage of what's on offer in school. So yeah, I think there's other possible explanations. One other idea is that test scores, we didn't really see much impact on those, but actually those might also take a longer time to shift than we typically have in evaluations of violence interventions. So typically we would kind of do assessments at a year or two out, and test scores just might take longer to move. So I will leave you with a very academic thought that we need more research on this. But I think there's a lot of potential to do more measurement of this alongside our existing violence prevention work. And really that we should be strategically focused on trying to understand what some of the mechanisms are at play here. And that is all for now. Thank you.
Okay, so now the floor is yours. You have here our presenters with great and insightful presentations. And now we open the floor for your questions, comments, and reactions to these great presentations. Please.
I will seize the mic. Thank you very much to all these presenters. This was great, and in some ways, I think a really encouraging session. We saw several things that, really work to prevent violence, and the call for more evidence on educational outcomes, which we definitely need. I had on Hugo, the presentation that you gave. I just had a couple of questions. One is about measuring violence versus reports of violence and just how you guys distinguish that. Just a technical question. Like, I know in some studies, obviously, you'll see like an increase of violence because reports have gone up. Mm-hmm. You didn't see that. And so how you sort of confidently distinguish those. And then yours was also one where I thought, I thought a lot about scalability with these like in-class workshops and stuff and how you guys have thought about that. It's been a few years, and so whether there's already been sort of move on that space. So yeah, thank you.
Shall we take
I think so.
questions?
Or maybe we can do like a couple and then afterwards.
Hi, Asta Ramaya. I just thank you very much for all your presentations. I think for me, when we look at RCTs, one of the major things that I did want to ask was, because you have been following up these individuals for a long period of time, who were the people who were like sampled during baseline as well as endline? Because based on some of the evidence that I have done previously, we find that the people who are most engaged in the interventions tend to be the ones that are followed up, and I think Karen was getting at that through her presentation. So I think for all of the three interventions that were done, I would be very interested in understanding, one, what was the loss to follow up? Who were the people who were lost to follow up? But also, I think right now, the way in which we are measuring intervention fidelity and dosage is very much, were they part of the intervention or were they part of the control? And I think what I would be very interested in understanding is that process and in that mechanism in terms of who were the people who were part of all the sessions? Like, if there was a 4-month session, who are the people who were part of all of that? What was the fidelity? What is the dosage? What is the feasibility? And understanding those process-related outcomes rather than the impact-related outcomes.
Thank you. Then one more here.
Thank you, everyone. So I have the first question for Hugo, and it's if you have any two estimations. I'm very interested. The first one is whether you are able to measure spillovers not in the control schools. I'm more like interested into learning on those schools that were probably not targeted by the intervention, whether there are any spillover effects. And also if you were able to measure like a cost-benefit analysis, just to understand, as she was presenting, like whether there is any indication of if we are going to have returns from this intervention, which I think we will, because I don't think that was that expensive, but it included very different activities and a lot of activities. So I'm just wondering whether you have that. Then for Eleno, so I know the context of El Salvador a bit, and I know the context of public schools. And actually you show a picture in which the kids are leaving the school with their parents, with an adult, sorry. So I'm just wondering whether the intervention has any complementarity depending on the, not the supervisory role or the protection role of an adult when they're leaving the school, whether that's whether the police patrolling is a complement of that type of protection, or if it supplements it. I think it's it's actually supplementing it, because the age where you are finding the effects is for older kids. But I don't know if you have any data to test for that. And then Karen, I'm also very interested, maybe you don't have power to do that, statistical power to do this estimation I'm gonna ask. And it's whether you have any data on the implementation, like what do we, how we can implement these interventions. Maybe the effects are larger for interventions that are implemented by teachers in school, by other staff that come to the school and do not overload or increase the workload of the teachers, etc. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. So I think that maybe you can start like providing some answers, and we can then have some other round of questions. So Hugo, do you want to start with David's question?
Yeah. Let me start. Thank you. Thanks for all these questions. Reports on violence versus actual violent effects, or well, we had two measures of this. We had the results we saw on the CCB platform, which were anonymized, and individuals entered at home or at the cabin, internet cabin, anywhere. They inserted their information on the platform, and we detected that. And we also had detection on the baseline and follow-up surveys. Both were anonymous, but the one you report on the platform is seen as slightly more anonymous than the one you will see on the surveys that are handled in the classroom. So we measured in both. With both instruments in many different dimensions. If the individuals got hurt, physically hurt, verbally hurt, on the web, if their materials were stolen, if their materials were stolen and were I forgot the word, damaged. Exactly, thank you, or were damaged, and. So we measured all that in these two different ways, and those are the results that we report in the paper. Scalability has to do with cost benefit, and it turns out that we didn't compute precisely cost benefit indicators, but it seems to be that by the estimators we have, the benefits are going to substantially outweigh the cost, and so there is an important room for escalation of this. How scalable the intervention is? Well, it's not so easy, because the numerators that go and the individuals that go to run the workshops and to create all this, let me say, energy in the classrooms, in the school communities to generate these social norms are just very few, and they need to be trained, and they go and train the communities. So that is what seems to be the weakest link on the scalability and on the scalable possibilities. Spillovers, we haven't checked. We just have information on those 66 schools. So let me stop here and leave some room for them for some answers.
So the way that I interpret your question is, I think you are asking like two aspects. The first one is about attrition, right? And then the second one is more about who are those people that are more likely to take up the intervention. So the answer for the first one is in terms of the attrition. So I think the attrition rate is extremely low for the first round follow-up data compared to the baseline, and the second round follow-up data is a little bit tricky because we got disrupted by this COVID-19 lockdown stuff. So that way we kind of lost almost half of the sample, but we did a robustly check and also attrition analysis, and we find that luckily these loss of the sample are more like very balanced across both the treatment group and the control group. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is about the take-up. So that's a very interesting question, because we're also very curious about like who are those 40% of the parents. And then turns out to be because we collect very rich baseline demographic characteristics of those participants of all the people. So what we find is that usually the parents of the students who have like relatively higher test scores, so in other words, like good students' parents, they are more likely to participate in the program and take up the intervention. And also, as you said, we do see because the app record everything. So we also track the participant rate across the 4 months, and then there's like parents are not that consistent. So we see some like a jump up and then see some like a going down along this participation rate. But I think that's also a very interesting finding. But every results that I show here is about the intent to treat. So we didn't like, so it's more about those, ITT effect.
For Lily's question, we didn't explicitly see or check if there is like a complementation or supplementation difference. I think that is what you say is like basically his program is providing the service of security to the students, especially for those that work alone. Actually, I didn't show that in the presentation, but one of the motivations why this program took place was because before the program, I think that there was a statistic of around 200 students being killed in their way to the school, because the story behind is that they refused to join the gangs, so basically they were coercive and sadly they end up being killed. So that's why the police was there. So I don't think there was a security for them before. So yeah.
Thanks. So I think my question was about the kind of implementation process of interventions and whether we know if the interventions that are maybe implemented by within school personnel versus outside school personnel might have better effects, if I've understood it right. Yeah. Okay. So basically, I can answer this question with zero academic certainty, but I can give you my impressions. Yeah. So I do think, kind of reading between the lines in the landscape of evidence, that there is a case to be made for interventions, especially in violence prevention, to have external support. And I think that is because, when we're doing violence prevention, we're often changing norms and attitudes. So we're kind of going against the prevailing cultural grain, and it takes people with some expertise and some training in facilitation to be able to kind of do that well. And by and large in education systems, like there's interest and, there are some champions that can be identified from within systems. But I think having both of those elements where you've got very experienced external providers who are expert, who then can partner with people inside systems, to me that seems like the most sort of promising way forward. Because I think we can see examples of where things are just dropped into a system without that external expertise. Just doesn't work.
Excellent. I have bad news, is that we only have 2 minutes. The good news is that afterwards we're going to have tea, and you're going to be able to ask all the questions that you haven't been able to ask at this point. So I would like to just close by saying thank you so much. I really appreciate the fact that you're closing a gap that we have in terms of analyzing interventions of violence prevention in low-income countries. You can and also I am really appreciative of the fact that we're looking at the power of changing behaviors and changing norms, and also trying to assess the cost effectiveness of these interventions that are always difficult to measure and difficult to see. So thank you so much, and I invite you to take advantage of the tea hour to just have a good conversation with our great panelists. So. I have many questions for you. I am the mother of an adolescent, and I was truly impressed by the fact.
Thank you, everyone. Just a reminder to be back in 30 minutes. Enjoy the break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start our second session that is titled Data, Measurement, and Safeguarding, and it will be moderated by Lelis Dinarte, economist in the Development Research Group at the World Bank.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Welcome to the second session. And so let me first summarize this very interesting session. It's going to bring together 3 papers that tackle a central challenge in efforts to prevent school-based violence, how we measure violence accurately, safeguard of children and how we do that effectively, and also how we interpret data in ways that inform credible and context-appropriate policy responses. Together, the papers are going to span from experimental survey studies, safeguarding systems in conflict-affected settings, and also public discourse analysis, highlighting how data quality and social norms can shape school-based violence. Gabriela Smarelli, who is one of the amazing organizers of this workshop, is going to present her paper, Advancing the Measurement of Violence in and Around Schools, Evidence from Malawi. And she's going to examine how survey design affects children's willingness to undisclosed experiences of violence. She's going to use a very large randomized RCT in Malawi, where she compares methods with different levels of privacy, from face-to-face to ACASI. And the results from her paper is going to show that privacy-enhancing methods like ACASI can improve measurement while highlighting practical traits of field implementation. In the second paper, Asad Hafez is going to present, from Chemonics, is going to present a very interesting and multi-site evidence from conflict-affected Syria, and how violence and safeguarding mechanisms can function inside schools. This study is linking children's lived experiences and staff perceptions to the institutional conditions that make safeguarding credible, particularly for girls and for children with disabilities, which is a very underexplored area in the evidence. In fact, he was mentioning that they have some new results and that they are trying to scale in whole Syria, not only in the regions from the paper that you probably saw in the summary. And at the end, Richardson Adai Mununkum is from the University of Education in Winneba. He's going to present a paper that summarizes different approaches on school violence through the lens of public discourse, analyzing how citizens frame its causes and solutions in Ghana. By examining social media debates, this paper is going to show why reforms such as discipline policies must engage prevailing moral and cultural narratives to gain legitimacy and durability. Yeah, so welcome to Gabi first, who's going to present the first paper, and we welcome her with an applause.
Thank you, Lelis, and hello again. As Lely says, I'm going to be presenting this paper titled Advancing the Measurement of Violence Against Children and Its Evidence from Malawi. As you can see from the title of this presentation, in this I will be talking about how can we improve the way we measure violence in and around the schools. But before getting into the details of these, let me start by sharing 3 facts of what we know from existing data. So the first one is related to things that we saw in the previous session, and is that children are facing high levels of violence in and around the schools. If we look at the case of Malawi, in 2009, data was already showing that 42% of children reported experienced bullying. If we look at sexual violence, data from 2013 is showing that many girls and boys are experiencing sexual forms of abuse across their life. And among those that have experienced these, 16% of that violence is happening in the school environment. A second thing that we observe from the data is that most of the data is focused on violence against adolescents. Mainly data is focused on violence from children aged 12 and above. So we know less regarding experiences of violence of a younger population. And the third thing is that the existing data it's being collected using different survey methods and also in different locations. When we look at international surveys, we see that some of them are using face-to-face methods to collect data. Others are using self-administered methods. Some of them are administered in the child's school, others in the child's home. But we don't know to what extent, or we have very little evidence on the extent to which this matters and affects the disclosure of violence. And as a result, our measurement of violence. And this is very important. I think all of us in this room face that challenge of collecting data on violence on this very sensitive issue. And when we do that, it is very likely that this data will be collected with some degree of error. When we ask someone about their experiences of abuse, there is a likelihood they will decide not to disclose their experience of violence. It could be because of fears of retaliation, stigma, embarrassment. It could also be that we collect this data with some degree of error because the respondent might misunderstand the question, or also lack of attention when you are going through the questions. And this is perhaps more important when you work with younger children. So in this context, it's really important for us to think how to minimize the error in the data, in the surveys that we use to collect data. Doing that can have multiple benefits. First of all, it can help us to have more accurate measures of the prevalence of violence. Second, when we measure violence outcomes with error, that would introduce systematic error in our analysis and is very likely to bias the conclusions we make regarding the effectiveness of policies and interventions. From a safeguarding perspective, there is also a benefit of improving the way we measure violence. If we reduce that underreporting that we sometimes observe when we collect this data, this also gives us the opportunity to identify cases, refer the cases, and protect more children when they speak up about their experiences of violence. So motivated by this, in this paper, we aim to identify which survey methods would yield more reliable measures of bullying, corporal punishment, and sexual violence in and around schools, focusing on a younger population of children aged 8 to 12 years old. How do we do this? We design an individual level survey experiment that has 4 treatment arms in which we vary the data collection method that we use and the location of the survey. Regarding the data collection method, we use a face-to-face survey or an audio-computer assisted self-interview method. In this one, we're giving the child a tablet and a pair of headsets, and they are listening to the questions through the headsets and then responding directly in the tablet. Regarding the location of the survey, this is implemented either at the student's home or at the student school. So considering we combine all these different approaches I just explained and allocate children to respond to this survey in 4 different treatment arms. We use as the control group or reference group the children that answer this survey using a face-to-face method at home. And we do this considering that surveys such as DHS or Violence Against Children surveys, the VACS, uses this method to collect data on physical violence and sexual violence. The importance of using these different ways of collecting data is that we are exogenously varying the level of privacy that we are giving to the respondent, and as a consequence, also changing the potential barriers that would affect the decision of the child to disclose their experiences of violence. Before showing you the results, I just wanted to mention that this is a national representative survey with 6,000 children. We don't observe differential attrition across our treatment arms, and we took several safeguarding measures during all the process of data collection to protect children in the process of asking these sensitive questions. So what do we observe? Let me start by sharing results regarding physical and emotional violence. In this graph, what you're going to see is the mean difference between all the different approaches we use to collect data relative to the control group, so relative to the group that responded this survey using a face-to-face method at home. And we observed 2 main things. The first one is that compared to face-to-face, when you use ACASI, there is a higher disclosure and a higher likelihood that the student will disclose their experiences of physical and emotional violence. For example, if you look at physical bullying, we observe that in the control group, 46% of children reported experiencing physical bullying. When we ask the exact same questions to the children that answer these using the ACASI method, either at home or at the school, we observe that the disclosures of physical bullying increased by 10 percentage points, which corresponds to a 20% increase in the disclosures of physical bullying. And we observed similar patterns when we looked into the other measures that we have in this graph, including emotional bullying, corporal punishment, and even a higher increase in disclosure with ACASI for our outcome related to emotional violence from the school staff. When we look at the location of the survey, we notice that for physical and emotional violence, either if you do the survey at home or at school doesn't seem to matter. When we compare those that were surveyed in ACASI and we compare home setting and school setting, we don't observe any differences there. When we compare those that were surveyed using face-to-face at a school and at home, what we notice is no difference for those measures related to corporal punishment and emotional violence from teachers, but some small differences for physical bullying. So, but it's not something consistent across all our outcomes. Keeping that in mind, let me tell you what we see regarding sexual violence. And for this, the first thing is, what do we consider in this measure of sexual violence? We measure different forms of sexual violence. So this indicator is considering forms of sexual violence related to sexual comments, showing the child nude pictures or videos, kissing, touch, forced sex, among other things. So what do we, and in this graph, what you're going to see is both sexual violence perpetrated by peers or perpetrated by members of the school staff. And we observe again that relative to methods that use face-to-face at home, when we collect using ACASI, there is an important difference in disclosure. If we focus our attention on sexual violence perpetrated by peers, we observe that with ACASI, ACASI elicits more than 100% increases in reporting of sexual violence relative to a face-to-face method. When we analyze the location of the survey, in this case, we do observe that the location of the survey has an effect in the disclosure of violence. We observe that when children are asked about their experiences of sexual violence in a school relative to home, they disclose more experiences of sexual violence in the school. And here we explore both using qualitative and quantitative data, the reasons behind this, and we find that the schools has physical spaces within the school that signal more clearly that you are outside of the listening range of others. And this has, as a result, an effect in children feeling more comfortable reporting their experiences of violence in the school setting. We also explored to what extent the role of these different ways of collecting data matters differently depending on specific individual characteristics. And we find that older children are less likely to disclose their experiences of physical violence when asked using face-to-face surveys. And we also find that boys are more likely to disclose their experiences of sexual violence when asked using ACASI, basically when providing higher privacy in responding these questions. We also explore the cost effectiveness of these different survey methods. We do find that ACASI is $1 more expensive per child, but it's also more effective, as I saw in the previous slides, for eliciting higher disclosures of violence. And here, of course, our assumption is that this higher disclosure is accurate and reliable disclosure. So we find that increasing the probability of reporting violence by 1 percentage point would cost $4 when collecting data with ACASI in the school, and this would more than double when we use face-to-face methods in the school setting. before concluding, I just wanted to also share 2 points from our analysis. The first one is when you see these results, you might ask, how are we sure that these results are valid? So we do a lot of robustness checks to try to be certain of our results, and we indeed find that the results are reliable. We find that with ACASI, there is lower social desirability bias in the responses. We don't find any evidence of a straight lining, meaning that children are not just responding the same question, giving the same response across the survey modules. We do find that with ACASI, some children misunderstood more questions, or that they failed some of our attention checks. But we also incorporate these in the analysis and find that even when controlling for these, the results that I have presented to you hold, meaning that the results remain significant and similar in magnitude. Another key question when we see a result is, how does this inform other surveys? And this is a more difficult question to answer, because to be able to answer this question, we would need to compare a survey that also looked at children in a similar age group and asked the exact same question. But in an attempt to explore this, what we do is look at the data from 15 countries that have the BACS survey, which is implemented using a face-to-face method at home. And we find that when we use the BACS surveys in these 15 countries, 1 in 500 children have report experience for sex. If we assume the same levels of underreporting that we find in our studies, the number of children who actually have experienced some forced sex could be or maybe 10 times larger. Of course, we should take these numbers with caution, but they are mainly signaling that we have to be careful in the process of designing which methods to use to collect this data. So to conclude, 2 main messages. The first one is that administering surveys in spaces that ensure higher levels of privacy, like the schools, is very important. And the second one is that we find that ACASI is a more effective tool at eliciting disclosures of violence and also more cost-effective. Of course, this shouldn't be interpreted as saying that ACASI is our gold standard of collecting data, but rather that in our study, relative to face-to-face, is a method that yields lower systematic misreporting and provides better measures of violence. And it also shows the importance of using methods that guarantee more privacy when collecting the data. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. This is Azad Hafez. I'm the EMER Director for Chemonics International. I'm based here in Virginia, but our program is actually, and the study that we are doing is looking into Northwest Syria specifically, and now our approach to look to expand our work across Syria. I wanted to share some explanation and clarification at the beginning. During this study, in this paper, and what I'm presenting is not going to be the count and the number of students or the violence cases that we see at school. It's not because it is rare, or it's not because it is very high and it is astonishing, but it is because we believe that the numbers that are present at this stage might actually provide either a misleading or a false sense of confidence or safety in the schools in a country like Syria at this moment, or in the area where we're operating. I think across all of these studies, from the morning and from Gabi, we've seen that there are a lot of cases in a context like Syria, where the system is still emerging, developing. It is very difficult to pinpoint the number of cases or to actually talk about prevalence in this situation. What we're trying to present today, again, is not the count, but it is how we're going to influence the system, how we look into this system, and these numbers to be a signal for the system, not specifically the numbers, but what the numbers might actually also entail. not the specific data or the methodology, but how we can interpret that data into a programming or support actually the Ministry of Education in reducing level of violence, or at least understanding the level of violence in this situation. For many who might be familiar with the Syria context, or for those who are not very familiar with the Syrian context, I just want to give a brief explanation about Syria. Now you can see that all of Syria, whole of Syria is green. That means it is united. More than a year back, you wouldn't have seen that. You would have seen that several actors, military actors, are actually in this area. More than 4, it was split across more than 4 different groups, between pockets of ISIS, between SDF, between the previous regime, and the area of operation where we operate is Idlib and rural Aleppo. What I wanted to show in here specifically is that this system is still emerging. It is becoming. It is not the system that we want to have, but it is the existing system that we've actually inherited from the previous regime and that we're trying to model and to improve with the support of many actors on the ground and many partners that we operate with. A lot of people shared a lot of data. I would like to point some numbers in this situation. Syria has been considered as a war-affected country for the past 13 years. As of December 2024, the previous government, the fall of Assad, and then liberation happened, which actually led that the area of operation that we are supporting to be expanded to actually not to be in a very small geographic area, but to look into whole of Syria as well. Instead of supporting 2 education directors, we're actually supporting the Ministry of Education at this moment. When you look at the numbers in this situation, you will see that some studies might show a 2.4 million students to a 3.7 million students are actually currently out of school. The numbers vary a lot. We cannot rely on the data that we have at this moment, and that's why we wanted to actually look into the system itself. We understand and we acknowledge that we have a culture of violence, unfortunately, in our schools, and it has been underreported in our situations for multiple reasons. We've seen verbal abuse, we've seen humiliation, we've seen physical and psychosocial level of torment in Syria specifically. Unfortunately, we have also seen that with everything, all of the data that we've been trying to collect, there are groups that we were not able to actually document. For example, children with disability, or types of violence like sexual harassment. We weren't able to find. We know that it is there. The evidence speaks that it is there. But with everything that we've been trying to do, we haven't been able to put our hand into that evidence because of many reasons that we're going to explain. And unfortunately, the legal system and the education system itself, it is weakened by the severity of the situation. The tension that we try to address is, one, lack of data. There are a perception. It's only a perception of the violence that we see. It's not the actual violence that we can document. We weren't able to find many vulnerable groups in our studies. And that's not across only our area of operation, but also other areas of operation. You cannot find one data set that can aggregate or disaggregate any of the information that we have. Definitely, we have a failed reporting mechanism in other areas of operation. What we tried to measure at the beginning of this, we actually tried to measure if we can speak and talk ethically to children. We're supporting grade 1 to grade 6. It is a very difficult group ethically to actually communicate with and to get some information back. This is one of the problems that we actually face in this situation, but other problems as well is that we don't have the mechanisms. Even if we wanted to do that, we don't have the mechanism, not the referral pathway, not the psychosocial support, not the people that we can talk to, unfortunately. And that's, again, understood because of year of war, because the context that we've had, because of the weakened systems that we have. What we tried to do to understand the system, how the data can measure and how can it benefit not only our program, but also the Ministry of Education, including the other actors that we might have, like UN, UNICEF, for example, UNESCO, and all of these bodies that they are currently operating in Syria and whole of Syria. To be very brief, we used, of course, a mixed methodology where we're looking into surveys and we're looking into qualitative and quantitative. When we look into the qualitative, the quantitative data, we look that there are groups that appears to be not existent. When we look at the qualitative data, we actually have those people. That means that people don't feel comfortable sharing some of the information, or the information that we have. We tried. It was a very head scratcher to understand why some groups or why some types present in one type of data collection but not in the other. And that's where we started to understand that people themselves, they might feel more confident and they feel safe to report for specific data collection mechanisms, similar to what Gabi, for example, mentioned. There are different processes. In our situation, for example, we've noticed when we're looking into a group of people, we've been able to speak a bit freely about some type of violence, but not all of them. Sexual harassment did not present itself. It only presented itself when it is an anonymous situation. Some of the key insights that we've seen. Silence, unfortunately, is not the absence. Data shows that we actually have evidence of violence in the school. When we look at the violence specifically, or when we're looking into all of the information that we have from our studies, we can immediately jump into a very educated conclusion that, well, you know what? Silence of the data does not mean that doesn't present itself. We have them, we see them, and we're trying to understand why some of these problems present themselves. It might be for some people, it might be a side situation, but infrastructure is one of the main reasons why we see sexual harassment, for example, in the schools. In this situation, it was restrooms. It wasn't the no policy, not training. It was actually the restrooms. We now understand that when there is no privacy, when there is no teacher accommodating or actually supervising, overseeing the students, different types might emerge more clearly. And we need to understand that infrastructure is not a background, but it is actually an active situation that we need to look into and we need to investigate further and invest in. It's not something that it is a short-term project, but it is a bigger situation. Of course, when the system presents itself, when there is a routine safeguarding system, for example, you have trained staff, you have a predictable and periodic follow-up, you actually have the materials and the system to report, you will immediately see that we have a higher level of trust and increase in number of reported cases. When the system appears only on paper, unfortunately, the system fails. And that's one of the reasons why we try to partner ourselves with the Ministry of Education, because we want to affect the system. We don't want to only do an intervention in our schools or area of operation. The implication of the measurement is clear. We shouldn't be relying only on one specific type of data, unfortunately. Qualitative data might reveal specific norms and fears. We need to rely on mixed methodologies. We need to invest in more sophisticated systems like EMIS systems that can actually be 100% anonymous. And reporting cases actually reflects trust, accessibility to the system, not the count of people that might be reporting. What that means for policymakers, the government, and the donors is that when the numbers reported are low, it is not something that we need to celebrate. When the numbers are very high, these are not automatic alarm signals. Both of them are signals for the system. If the system is working, operating, if there is a trust in the system, accessibility, and if the system is actually ready. We needed to understand that different people might have different priorities and engagement into the violence system or safeguarding systems that we have. And we wanted as much as possible to avoid equating low reporting with a success strategies that we've been operating. I do understand that people might, or programs might praise themselves, oh, we don't have a lot of reported cases, but that might be due to several other reasons. What we tried to see, or the evidence that we're trying to contribute to the global evidence base in this situation is that when we're looking into these studies, they are not to look at the numbers, but actually how we're interpreting the data that we have, how we're using the data. The innovation that we want is not the method itself, but how we can model the system to be able to read, interpret, and then act upon some of the data that we have. We need that information to be present. We need to inform some of the current and future programming. But again, if we don't think of it as a process where we're on a spectrum, we're starting from a beginning. This is an emerging situation. This is a country that is just becoming and just moved and liberated in a 1 year time. We're trying as much as possible to feed into that evidence base that we have. We also wanted to explain that, unfortunately, systems don't fail because people actually care, but sometimes they actually fail because we're relying on that care. For example, when we're looking at some of the data that we have from a COMBI model or a motivation model, for example, that do they have the information? Do they have what it takes? Yes, people have what it takes. They care. But unfortunately, if we're heavily relying on the teachers, for example, without all of the necessary capabilities, the resources, the opportunities, unfortunately, the system will fail. With that, I just want to conclude and say thank you again for allowing me to present some of our findings. We've previously had a lot of studies that if you would like to have a look at, you can scan the code and you can access a library of the studies and research that we've been operating in specifically Northwest Syria for the past 8 years. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Richardson, and I'm coming from Ghana. And I'm happy to pick up from where my colleagues left, because I think we are talking about the same thing. What probably will be different is that I'm not talking numbers, I'm talking words. And it fits into the theme about measurement of violence. And so the caption is, whose fault is it? Framing the causes, consequences, and then remedies of school violence in Ghana. So this work I'm sharing is based on 3 violent cases which gained national prominence in Ghana. In 2023, a viral video went around social media about students, 2 students fighting, and it was so gory to see one student hold the other one's head and then hit it against a metal bed. Even more worrying was to watch that there were a lot of bystanders who were either cheering on or recording on the video, and that's apparently how come the video went out. This drew a lot of public reaction to the story, but that wasn't at the end. In 2024, another story came up, and this one was 2 students who were fighting. And in the course of the fighting, one drew a knife and then just stabbed the other to death. That also drew a lot of public attention. And then just last year, 2025, another school in a different context, a student actually came to school, went home, brought the father's gun, came to the classroom, showed the students, and the story says that they were observing, playing around with the gun, and then it triggered. And then one student, unfortunately, had a damage to the eye because of that incident. Now, these stories of violence in school drew a lot of public attention, and I am particularly interested in how the public view these stories and how they reacted to them, because within those comments, we see comments about why these violence occur, the consequences of the violence, and then some solutions to dealing with this. It's important to know that Ghana is relatively peaceful, and in a lot of literature you might read, it's one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, at least. Osagyefo own Ghana, where the people are actually generally very happy people, and you don't really need to look around when you're moving. People generally are excited. And to hear of violence and to the point and the proportions we are seeing them in school makes us worry. And the question is, what do people make out of these things that are happening? Are we worried? Are we disturbed? And what can be done about it? But oftentimes, the conversation sits with us, academics doing research, policymakers thinking through solutions, and we hardly engage the populace to know how they also feel and whether they have some ideas. And that is where I am coming in and the angle I'm trying to project. Because academics will be interested in theories and statistics and trends, and policymakers will be interested in laws. But how do the citizens interpret the violence? Very important, because the students in the schools come from communities, and the thinking of the people in the community are likely to be related to how they're also thinking. And so whether the violence is being caused by them or they are the victims of the violence in school, understanding how the population generally think of violence is a way towards understanding how they either receive or enact violence. And so my work was based on two research questions broadly, trying to understand how Ghanaians generally frame drivers and consequences of school violence, and how do they actually use frames, ideological frames, to interpret these and offer solutions to them. Stemming from the fact that I, inspired by sense-making and framing theory, believe that people don't just make comments. The comments are often filtered through a lot of ideologies that we carry, and that might come from culture, might come from upbringing. And so understanding that these ideas are being framed is one way of dealing with the issue. So my work is purely qualitative. That's why I said I'm moving you from the numbers. I did a multi-method qualitative study combining ethnography or digital ethnography and then discourse analysis. I relied mostly on Facebook comments about the stories that I just shared. How do people talk about those stories as they unfolded? And so I extracted a lot of data from Facebook, mostly comments, and analyzed them, tried to see patterns and see how their sentiments often showed up in the comments that they gave. And this course was important because the language they use also communicated. And so I was also particularly interested in that. Doing this kind of research was interesting, and I was particularly excited by the richness of the data. Richness in qualitative data here, referring to, usually we're talking about sensitivity and people's hesitancy to share with you when topics are quite sensitive, but on social media, they don't. There's no filter. So people just pour it out raw, and for qualitative research, it's very interesting to see how they even use emojis to express their frustration or to push ideas strongly. And they were not restrained in any way, and the data was unsolicited, so they could just pour it out over there. In all, I dealt with 1,093 comments across the three stories from the three schools. I have used pseudonyms here just to provide some kind of protection, and so I'm rather using positive words. One school, I'm calling Love, drew 296 comments, and that's the story about the student hitting one other's head to the metal bed. And the Hope story is the one where one stabbed the other. And then Joy High School is where a gun was involved. So generally the findings as I analyze them, I'm talking about them along the three main broad areas: causes of the violence as the people perceive it, the effects of the violence, and then possibly solutions to stopping these violence in schools. So for the first, causes of violence, my analysis revealed that one of the themes is about weak weapon access and weak safety controls, where people felt the reason violence is increasing in schools is that there's access to weapon. And people, from the comments I'm sharing, people were comparing their days in school to what was happening now, and they frame it in a way that will link it to changes in policy direction. And so if you look at the first comment, for example, how can a student go to school with a gun? In our olden days, do you see any of these actions? Politicians have destroyed our education, connecting it back to policymakers. How on earth could a student bring a gun to a missionary school? One of the schools was actually a missionary school. If students can pull knives in class, what next? Tomorrow it will be guns. So people were talking about how easy it was for them to be able to send these things in school, which gets connected to teachers and the role and whether the system is allowing them to function as they actually should. So a comment about teachers: today teachers are free to punish students because of repercussions. And then draw from an earlier story: if students had been punished for possessing knives, this wouldn't have happened. So that talks about weak weapon access and weak controls. Other causes that came up included parenting and home socialization, where people felt parents are not doing their job as expected. There's also this theme about cultural politics, Western models versus African discipline, where people felt like a lot of our schools are now more westernized. And if we were to go back to African ideologies, violence might come down. Peer dynamics and youth culture also came up. Having a new generation that believe in trending and doing things for the trend is also fueling this. They talk about consequences of violence, and physical harm and psychological trauma was the main thing. People expressing comments related to physical danger that students are put through, and even more disturbing emotional and psychological trauma, including students who are now afraid to go to school because of what might have happened before. And also issue about teachers and schools being brought into disrepute, because it looks like any story of violence shows the weakness and gaps in the system, and teachers often are the ones that get a lot of bashing for not doing their work right. I'm going to talk about the solutions, and here there were talks about legal accountability and sanctions, where people were angry and said people must rot in jail, for example, if somebody who stabbed somebody, and then arresting them, prosecuting them, and all of that. But also issues about school safety and protocols and discipline came up strongly, where people were drawing from the past experiences and saying teachers' powers have been taken away from them. And this is coming from the back of a policy change that restricted corporal punishment. In fact, it abolished it, championing positive behavior management. And a lot of people do not understand why we can't punish students in school, and people were connecting it to that. Revamping social-emotional learning in school came up strongly, as well as community and parenting partnerships as one of the ways that we could bring down violence in school. But what do we learn from this? From all these comments, what I learned is that people's comments related to causes, consequences, or solutions were framed ideologically, either from religious frame or from parental responsibility frame or for cultural authenticity frame. And it's important that we understand them from these angles. Other than that, the interventions we make are likely to fail because they might not understand why those interventions are coming, and the support that is needed to make it work might actually not be there. Because in sub-Saharan Africa, these ideologies are usually far more potent than structural. And interestingly, a lot of the comments were not related to structures. They were not related to school numbers and increasing teachers. They were more about ideology, discipline versus abuse, African versus Western values, parental versus institutional responsibility. And until we engage these ideologies in the solutions that we frame for violence in school, it might not necessarily succeed. I'm happy to hear the interventions working, but I think if we engage more, the populace and know how they are thinking, we are more likely to do a better job and get a far more impactful results. So we need to incorporate ideological frames in peace education program, anti-violence programs in school, and we need education generally to reframe discipline as care and responsibility, because for a lot of people, discipline means domination, humiliation, punishment. And until we change the narrative and get people to appreciate that discipline does not necessarily mean these things, then we are likely to be seeing more of violence. And so that is my bit of contribution. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you to the three presenters. It's a very interesting results that you were presenting today. And now we open for questions from our audience. We have also people listening to the workshop virtually. So for those who are joining us virtually, we welcome also your questions. But we are open at first to our audience here. And so we have 25 minutes for questions. So please, if you can just say very quickly your name, where are you coming, your institution, and then ask your question as briefly as possible, please.
Okay, thank you. First, thank you for organizing this event. It's very important and interesting. I have two questions, one for Gabriela. Have you looked at heterogeneity analysis? And if so, have you identified subgroups for whom it matters more? Underreporting is stronger, or the opposite, and what policy implications you can deduce from that. And then I have a comment on Ezat's work. I found it fascinating. I'm doing research on intimate partner violence in high-income countries, and a lot of the measurement problems, the trust in institutions, the framework you presented could very well apply to intimate partner violence in high-income countries. So, in a very different setup and very different individuals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Is it?
Yeah, it's on.
Well, thank you so much to the panelists, lovely panelists, for the presentations, first of all. My question is, I have two questions. The first is for Gabriela Yu. How are you thinking about the differences in digital literacy when answering questions in ACASI versus face-to-face, especially in the context of one of your findings, I believe, was that boys are better at reporting sexual violence on the ACASI medium, and we know that boys are just in these contexts, like in Malawi, are generally more technologically proficient, right? And the second question is for Eza Yu. First of all, really grateful for mentioning disabled children in your literature. So my question is that just would love to hear your reflections on how we can be more inclusive, like what would be a stronger research method for this group. Added to that, the layer that often in different settings, disabled children are not physically disabled, but might be learning or cognitively disabled, and that might hinder their capability in using various research methods. So how do we make sure that there is no systematic underreporting for this group of children?
Since we can start responding to these questions, and then we take a couple more, if you agree. Okay. Gabi, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for both questions. Regarding the heterogeneity analysis, that relates to what I was describing related to the correlates of misreporting. So in that exercise, we were trying to understand if these different methods that we use to collect the data did matter differently for depending on different children characteristics, family characteristics, and context level characteristics. So in that sense, what we mainly only found that for older children, particularly for physical violence related questions, when you ask them using face-to-face, it's less likely for them to report their experiences of violence. And for sexual violence, what we do find is that when you use ACASI, we observe that for boys, these tools seems to allow them to feel more comfortable reporting their experiences of abuse. So we observe a higher disclosure of sexual violence when using ACASI for boys relative to girls. And that perhaps leads me to the next question on digital literacy. So in this case, all the children received training. When we give them the tablet, they had to practice with different exercises so that they could feel more comfortable in using the tablet. And basically in the tablet, they would receive it, have the set of headsets. They had 3 practice questions, and overall that was done with the 2 groups, boys and girls. So I personally don't think that perhaps the digital literacy in this case is what affected, for example, the fact that boys reported more. I think it's more related to the fact that for boys, talking about experiences of sexual abuse can be harder, or there are stereotypes or norms around the fact that, or myths that say that no, boys generally don't suffer from sexual abuse or this doesn't happen. So we think that it's more, the results are more driven from the fact that you're giving more privacy through ACASI for boys rather than, for example, digital literacy. But that's a really good point, and I think the fact that we provide that training to both boys and girls so that they would feel comfortable with the tablets perhaps help to reduce these concerns of like differences in digital literacy. Thank you.
So please.
I just would like to first say that thank you for the compliment, and we're more than happy to share our evidence as well if you would like to read the full report. We have all of our reports available publicly. So if you want even to share some evidence, we can definitely do that. And the second question is specifically for the students with disability. Unfortunately, in Syria, and by the time that we've prepared this report, the highest category that are out of school are the children with disability. Because of various reasons, again, war country, the schools are not prepared. We don't have the infrastructure to help them. In our program currently, we've previously supported 50 special education centers, and now we're supporting 100 education centers specifically for students who have severe disabilities. Other students who might have some disability like mobility, but that won't affect their learning objectives to reaching those objectives. We actually try as much as possible to have them in the mainstream classrooms. In these 100 schools, we actually try to do shadow teaching and approaches. The SGOs or the safeguarding officers that we have, they are trained on collecting information and collecting data from the students with disability. For those, unfortunately, who have a more severe cases, they are in special education specific rooms. Ethically, we don't have the resources still to see how we can collect information. We're still at a point where we're trying to collect information from children, like school-aged children who are attending the mainstream classrooms. Those will need, as you know, will need a different accommodation mechanisms to actually accommodate data collection. What we can see is that people perception from parents, from caregivers, from all of the stakeholders that we've been interviewing, that those children have a higher level of violence or bullying or safeguarding vulnerabilities than others. But that's, again, depending on how you're prompting the questions. In focus group discussion, they are present. When you've left it to the people, like in a survey, they might, if you don't put it out there, they might forget about it just because they are not in school. They don't see them in school, so they might be lost in the data that we have, unfortunately. So one data source might actually provide more information than the other.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so
Thank you. So I have a question for Richardson. I think this is some really interesting analysis, and I have a paper examining kind of media coverage of school violence incidents. And one of the things that I've struggled with in ours, and I'm interested in learning from yours, is, like you, we find, lots of variation in how the public responds. And I think a little bit about, what this informs. I mean, obviously just understanding it, because there is a certain degree of, like you said, people are just sharing unveiled sort of opinions. But in terms of how this might inform efforts to sort of combat violence or efforts to change kind of social views about violence, I'm interested if you have thoughts about kind of what the next step would be out of this. And sorry, I'm Dave Evans from the Center for Global Development.
thank you.
Hello, I am Mercedes Diaz from Innovations for Poverty Action, and I have two questions. The first one for Gabriela. I was wondering if you also did some research on reporting, like through the referral mechanisms, like comparing what came from the survey, from data, administrative data, either from child agencies or schools. And the other question that I have about Syria is related to the teachers. They probably went through a lot of trauma too. So how is that a barrier for them to support children into first identifying the violence and then working with families, working with them? And if you have any strategies that you have learned that could be useful for supporting teachers to support children. Thank you.
I think one more here. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My question is for Richardson, and I think Richardson, this was a very comprehensive study. One of the things that I was wondering is, and off of what my colleague said, was when we are talking about public, there are many different people, right? And I think depending on who is saying these things, our mechanisms might be different, right? And so one of the things that I was wondering was, who were the people who were commenting? And how can we, given that digital literacy, Facebook usage is now almost universal, used by 2/7 of the world, how do we use those findings to tailor programs and policies?
Okay, good that you. Now we are going to start the other way. Richardson, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your questions, and I think they are related, so I might probably attempt an answering them together. Maybe starting from the second one, who are the people? Interestingly, the identities, we have very limited information about them, but the general is that these are schooled people who can write. And so I believe that those who cannot write will not comment. Second, those who have access to digital space are the ones who will be commenting. So I am looking at people who have had at least secondary education generally, people in their youthful age all the way up to 60, thereabout, because I think the trend is that post 60, you don't have a lot of them active on social media. So generally, these are the kind of people who are commenting. And back to the question of what do we do with this, I think it's a very important question. And I'm happy for this opportunity, partly because of this. Because other than these fora such as this, such a research might only get published, and it's only academics who will read it. And we might be interested in the rigor of the methodology and all of that, and the substance we might just ignore. But I believe we need to bring these conversations to the policy discussion table, where this evidence also goes to contribute to the formulation of policy. that goes out there. So at least now we know that the public perception about violence and the solutions they are professing are not necessarily equal to the policies that are coming. So what do? If some education is needed, then we need to do that. Now that we know that they are also interested and they are offering solutions. If some of their solutions are helpful, we need to take them on board, even as we develop the policy. So what next for me is that we need to begin to talk about public discourses about violence within the policy space when the policies are being made so that those ideas can be factored in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can speak about Syria, what worked for Syria. We're trying to do a 360 approach for the students and for the system, entire system, to allow for not only the teachers to be trained and have awareness sessions and be able to actually detect and absorb any violence that there might be present at a school level, but also look at the parents as well, look at the students, and see if the system across and everywhere in the school is actually accessible. We believe that if we've been able to do all of that, plus we actually show there is a visible signs to the parents that the system is actually working. So if there is a case that was reported, if there is an action afterwards, and that is actually shown within the school or with the parents seeing that, oh, this happened, because we do have different types of violence, peer-to-peer, student-to-student, or a teacher-to-student, or a different approaches as well. In school and across the school as well, on the way to school, we have different type of violence that we see. We tried as much as possible to also, so these are the levels that we have at a school level, but we also have something similar to the PTAs, but they do community committee work. They are people from the school, the head teacher, for example, and the safeguarding officer, plus a principal people from the community. We try as much as possible to share that awareness. We try with the teachers, train them really on all of the approaches that we have. These are training. I'm not sure about the exact training period and all of that, or the curriculum that we use. But all of the awareness sessions that we do, all of the trainings that we do with the teachers, they haven't been developed only by us, but it was in collaboration with other partners who are doing a lot of great work in Syria or in Middle East in general, and with the approval and buy-in from the education directorates as well. So what worked for us might not work for different other locations. And specifically, when I say what worked for us, that is our intervention schools. Because we did the same study in a different location where we don't have intervention, and the system fails significantly in that place because the teachers are not trained. Parents, they don't understand or trust if they can report these incidents. What is the end result in this situation? Would there be a repercussion or stigma for the students? And here, when we're talking about this, we're also putting into consideration sexual harassment by children at a older age to children in a younger age as well.
Would you mind if I ask a follow-up question? Okay, thank you. Is that because you mentioned that you have this 360 approach, I'm just wondering whether, because governments have limited resources, and in my experience collaborating with them, the first question they ask is, okay, what's the sequence? How do we start? What are the priorities? So far, with experience in Syria, do you have like an idea of the sequence of the policies in this 360 approach?
I can, with 100% honesty, say it is working. We have developed the entire policy. We didn't have a policy. Safeguarding policy did not exist in Syria before the program started. We developed that policy alongside the education directorate at that time. What also worked for us is that we actually pay for a lot of instructors and some of the main counterparts at the education assembly or education directorate level, meaning that although they receive a high number of cases, they have the resources, they have the materials, they have the time, they have the money, they have the training, they have everything that they need. That's what we've seen as well working for the education directorate. We needed actually to help them. And now this approach, we're trying to take it across all of Syria. we're working with the Ministry of Education directory for whole of Syria to actually implement all of that work at a Syria level, because we haven't seen that in the 13 different provinces that we had, unfortunately. We don't have that department at that time.
That's good, thank you. No, Gabi, please.
So regarding administrative data, in Malawi, you don't have that many sources of data to be able to do that comparison. The main one we could use is based on a helpline that exists in the area that is managed by an NGO called Yoneco. What would be, so it might be possible to explore that data to observe the number of reports of violence. Here, two things to say is that we work with this NGO in all the process of the implementation of the safeguarding protocols. So, for example, part of our safeguarding protocol would include that, depending on the cases that were reported and what our counselors assessed when meeting with the child, some of the cases were referred also for this NGO and reported through this helpline for further follow-up and support for the children. And maybe something that could be explored to some extent is to what extent after, when we did this survey, we also did a lot of dissemination of if something happens to you, you can use this helpline to report cases of violence. So it could be interesting to explore if there was a change in the number of times a child called this helpline, but it would definitely need some exploration to see how to use the data as best as possible.
So we have 5 more minutes. Perfect, okay, sounds good.
Hi, my name is Sarah Cave. I'm from Innovations for Poverty Action. My question is for Richardson. In moving towards that policy conversation, so wondering if you had any reflections on focusing on extreme cases. So whether that's the opportunity where in many other contexts or many other, there might be normalization of bullying or a certain level of violence in the schools. Do you think these extreme cases and the media involvement is this opportunity to get it to a policy conversation and feel like it's a moment to act? And what are some of the challenges with that? Or like you saw in some of the analysis, these are interpreted as isolated events and that student needs to be punished, but it's easier to dismiss because it is so extreme. What's your thinking about, sort of the rationale why you focused on these cases and what that level of attention brings to moving the whole field forward?
And okay, yeah, if you can ask the question very quickly, 3 more, and we close it. Karen.
Yeah, it's really fascinating presentations. So I just wanted to pick up, I guess it's taking it back to the kind of methodologies that you've all raised questions about different ways in which you try to get the most sort of accurate and persuasive data that you can. It's kind of an observation that it seems to me that qualitative and quantitative researchers are almost doing the opposite in some senses, in the sense that Gabby was saying, you're moving away from having a human there, and that might increase disclosure, whereas qualitative researchers tend to be moving towards developing relationships over time with young people using creative methods that might encourage a relationship where it's more possible to talk. And I find it really curious that those are both happening. I think there are kind of limitations with both. But anyway, it's a sort of observation, but I think you might have something to say about it.
Okay, please, thank
you. I was wondering if it would be possible to reproduce on paper some of the factors that made young people answer more through the technology-facilitated surveys. Because obviously there are many settings where it is very difficult to give tablets to all children. So reading aloud the questions, telling them what number of questions they answer, reproducing the kind of graphics or way the answer were displayed on the screen, and maybe we can improve the way we administrate paper-based surveys.
Okay, the last one.
Can I go? And then sorry, it's
Oh,
like
if
3
you can
minutes.
just, because we only have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry. It's a very quick one for Gabriela, and thank you. I'm Clara Aleman from the IDB. I was curious about, and also following with the ACASI showing more effectiveness as reporting, what type of measures of support or connection to referral services were provided for those children that reported having experienced violence?
So all time for you, Gabby, if you want to start. Okay.
Thank you for all these questions. Jenny, I agree with you 100% on the reflection you have shared. I think in our research, we also see the value of the qualitative tools. So for example, we do collect, to be able to measure this at a bigger scale, we do use this more quantitative approach of either face-to-face or ACASI. And this would kind of respond to your question as well. But at the end of the questionnaire, we ask all children if they wanted to meet with a counselor. And our data collection team involved enumerators and counselors. They were moving together in the field. So if a child said, yes, I would like to speak to a counselor, the counselor was available to meet immediately with the child after the survey was executed. And that process also allowed the counselor to build perhaps a relationship with the child, assess how the child was doing. That exact process is what allows us to identify cases when the child perhaps misunderstood a question. So definitely that process of combining these tools, I think it's very important, both qualitative and quantitative. It's just, I think, a bit challenging in some cases when we want to do something at a larger scale to be able to use as much as we would like some qualitative tools. But continuing with some of the approaches we use, after the child met with our counselors, there will be an assessment from the counselor regarding how the child was doing. And for all the cases that were related to sexual violence, there will be a referral process. So all these cases would be referred to the NGO we were working with, that it's an expert in Malawi in terms of following case management approaches, in terms of analyzing the case and doing further follow-ups, and then referral to social welfare officers and police. So we follow all that process. Just to give you some numbers, from the 6,000 children, 25% asked to speak with a counselor. If a child reported things like, for example, forced sex, even if they said no to speaking with a counselor, that is, there was a follow-up still with a counselor to assess the well-being of the child. And then after that, there was all this process of assessment to refer the case to the authorities. But 25% of the child said yes to speaking with a counselor, and of the cases that were assessed by the counselor, 400 were referred to local authorities for further follow-ups. And all that process after the survey lasted for more than 3 months of further assessment and referrals. And regarding replicability, I agree it would be very important to assess if the results we observe in Malawi using these different tools would replicate in another place. I do think it would be something important. We know from work that has focused more on domestic violence or conflict, using more the tool of ACASI with adults, that it also shows that with ACASI we see higher eliciting of disclosures of violence. We don't have that much for a younger population of children. And definitely I would say in our case we use tablets for both face-to-face and ACASI. The difference is that in the face-to-face is the numerator using the tablet, and with ACASI it's shared with the child. But yes, definite replicability would be good to assess, continue understanding how best to collect data with children.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much to the speakers. And before we give them a round of applause, very good. Okay, let's do it. Just an announcement. So there is lunch outside. It's going to be served outside. And so we'll have until 2:15. And so we see again here in the room for the third session. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great moderation. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get started with the next session of our workshop. It's exciting that we are already in the second half of this first day. So this third session is titled Norms and Perceptions of Violence in and Around Schools, and it will be moderated by Deepak Naker, co-founder and executive director of the Coalition for Good Schools.
Oh my God, already an applause. Thank you. Thank you for making the time to come today, especially after lunch when, you know, we were all mired in nice conversations and pulling you back and coming back to this afternoon session. So in this 75 minutes that we have, we're going to shift gears just a little bit and talk about the experience of school and what it's like for young people to experience school. This morning when Karen was speaking, she said that in this room there are people who are coming to this issue through various lenses. So there are epidemiologists and who come with public health background. There are economists who look at the world in a different way, and maybe the two are never going to intermarry. And we come from, in that terminology, we come from a different planet altogether, in the sense that we are coming from the practice in terms of how this is on the ground and how things are experienced. So primarily, we're practitioners in terms of interventions and how things look on the ground. So this afternoon, we have a lineup of 3 speakers who are going to talk about young people's perceptions and experience of school from very different perches that they occupy, but yet around a common theme. So our first speaker will be Dr. Jenny Parks, who is based at University College London. Her work focuses on gender, inequalities, violence, and educational spaces, and in the intersection of all the spaces. So she brings a long body of work to the questions that she's going to talk about. And she's worked in sub-Saharan Africa, and particularly in Uganda, where we collaborated over many years. Our second speaker is Asta Ramesh. She's based at JHU. And her work also is focused around particularly the power structures of gender and how it impacts on the lives of young people and the way it impacts in terms of who they become in this world. And our third speaker, who is going to be joining us online, is Ebuka, based at University of Nigeria. He is in some ways looking at how issues of bullying and sexual violence impact on self-esteem, particularly of young girls. So I didn't want to take up too much time because I want to reserve as much time as possible for the speakers themselves to speak to their issue. So they themselves will introduce any additional things that they want to about their own background. But in the meantime, I will just stop here and invite our first speaker, Jenny Parks.
Thanks, Deepak. I'm trying to decide whether to wear glasses or not. I might start with glasses and take them off. Hello, everybody. Really fantastic morning, and thank you for organising this. I'm going to be speaking about changing, the questions around change, around perspectives on corporal punishment in schools, drawing insights from Ugandan young people. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge that this is a paper written by all these people. We'll use 10 minutes up if I go through them all. But it's part of a project. Some of them are in the room. And the research project is a combination of collaboration with UCL Institute of Education, where I'm from, Raising Voices, where we have 2 people here, and the MRC UVRI in Uganda, and the London School of Hygiene. Sorry, just try and So by way of introduction, we know that there's been kind of concerted global, national and NGO mobilization against corporal punishment in recent years, and it's now prohibited in schools in 70 countries, in 137 states, including Uganda, and I think in all settings in 70 countries, and more countries pledging, have been pledging recently to abolish corporal punishment. But there's also a lot of evidence about how corporal punishment persists in schools, perhaps despite bans, including in sub-Saharan Africa. Some of the critiques coming from kind of decolonial angles on some of that work have been that there's a kind of tendency to see countries, schools, communities who are practicing corporal punishment as somehow or other falling behind on some sort of linear road to safe schools. And there's some interesting and very thought-provoking literature coming mainly from African scholars, questioning whether there's a kind of imposition of Western norms about children's rights and discipline in some of that work, while also misreading kind of non-Western constructions of childhood. And also that there's somehow a neglect of the kind of colonial legacies in contemporary under-resourced education systems. What I'm trying to look at in this paper is this question of what can we learn from young people about why corporal punishment in schools persists or changes over time. And to do that, I'm bringing a kind of theoretical lens, which I'm thinking metaphorically of violence as a shifting web of power, where in the center of the web are the acts of violence, things like the caning, beating, corporal punishment. And these are connected to the threads, and at the outer layer of the web is the structural violence of inequitable and oppressive systems and institutions, and then connecting the outer and inner threads of the web are everyday interactions in schools, families, communities, through which relational power shapes young people's subjectivities in processes of symbolic violence. So, for example, everyday repetition of the idea of pain or humiliation as a means of adults controlling children can become perceived as natural or taken for granted as kind of part and parcel of the order of things. And I guess in that framing, say, if we're trying to understand what's happening in relation to the acts of violence at the centre, we need to take into account all those different threads in the web. And the web metaphor allows us to think about how people get trapped or ensnared within the web, but also, to me, gives some sense of motion, that the webs aren't, they can be broken, they can be remade, so there's a potential to change. And it's sort of constantly in motion with power dynamics shifting across time and space. Also into this analysis, and this partly came in the process of analysing the data, it made us think about what do we mean when we're thinking about time or change. You know, do we always thinking about it as something linear, something that's kind of cause and effect and measurable? And what we found in the data was that young people express different views, often seem quite contradictory in the same interview or the same discussion. And so it seems like young people often occupying multiple different kind of subject positions with perspectives are layered with quite a complex idea of time. So it might be time as historical, as maturational, but also how memories of the past are overlain with a kind of continuing present and also imaginings of a future yet to come. So that's kind of theoretical underpinnings for what I'm going to go and talk about now. The study itself is COVAC, the Context of Violence in Adolescent Cohort Study. This is mixed method, longitudinal research study that took place in Luwero district in Uganda between 2017 and 2023. And over that time, we collected quantitative data with young people in 2014 and the same young people in 2018 and 2022. And we also collected qualitative data with a much smaller group of 36 young people between 2018 and 2022, at least once a year, where the researchers got to know the young people, work with them, also with teachers, caregivers, peers and other stakeholders. And throughout, echoing some of the points that were made this morning, we had a ethics protocol agreed by all the partners in the project with very clear referral pathways and counselling. So I'm just going to say a little bit about the quantitative data and what that seemed to be telling us, and then I'll concentrate on the qualitative data. So what does our quantitative data tell us about changes in perspectives and practices? And here I'm looking at the school-going young people in the surveys in 2014 and 2018. And what we see, the headline figures are those in bold, that you can see that for most school-going young people, they continued to experience corporal punishment as they moved to secondary school. So in 2014, 76.6% of young people said that they'd experienced past year violence from a teacher, and that was just a little bit more in 2018. We also found there were inequalities in prevalence. So the older boys faced high risks, young people with disabilities and also poverty had a bearing too. So still, corporal punishment is commonplace over that period, with the legal ban actually happening between those periods, so in 2016. This slide shows the changes in young people's attitudes. So rather than experiences, I'm shifting to attitudes. And the red dots here are 2014, and the blue dots are 2018. And what we see then from this is that there were marked changes away from agreeing that students should fear their teachers or that teachers must hit their students to learn all the time or most of the time. So quite a shift in attitudes. In 2018, although there's still just over half young people agreed that sometimes teachers needed to hit students to make them listen, they seem to have much tighter boundaries around what is or is not acceptable punishment, and to be much more critical of fear as a pedagogical tool. So the qualitative data is trying to look more closely at what's going on, and in some ways it echoes what the quantitative data seems to be saying, in that it's still quite commonplace for people to agree that some punishment should be used if it's considered to be fair or moderate or proportional. But at the same time, there's a huge amount of variation within and between young people's accounts. Often people felt that there's a reciprocal relationship between adults and children in which young people are expected to perform humility and respect, and caregivers in turn to discipline to uphold values and maintain the generational order. I'm not going to read through all the quotes, so they're up there for you to read yourself, but the example here from Sam. Sam is someone who's lived with economic struggles all through his life. He had to leave school at the end of primary, and he now works in kind of subsistence farming. And he didn't support the ban. He believed or said that beating is needed. And he says, because for us who were beaten are far different from those children who were not beaten. And he seems to be presenting himself as a kind of responsible, respectable young man whose identity has been shaped partly through his childhood beatings. And what he's also doing in this quote is kind of distancing himself from some of the tropes of modern life. So he sees young people with fashionable clothes or young people as troublemakers. Uh-oh, I'm going to have to speed up. As kind of modern childhood discourses that are perceived as undermining caregiving and somehow disrupting the generational balance of power. And we found some caregivers also express this view. In contrast, there were other young people who adopted more critical standpoints. And so Kalunji is similar age. He's still in school. He's been quite successful as a learner, and he's a senior student in school. And for him, he sees his own views as having changed. And he accounts for that with his kind of maturation, but also his experience in different schools that have helped him to think differently about punishment and to reflect that beating doesn't have an impact and that you could talk to young children instead of beating them. When we found that his views were shaped by his different experiences in schools and his relationship with his mother, who we also interviewed and who talked about how her own disciplinary practices had changed as she got slightly more economic security in her life and also support from within her neighbourhood. What we've would say that Kalunji and some other young people have developed a kind of more secure subject positioning as a senior student in the school with an effective discipline system and an institutional culture that fostered student voice and a sense of belonging. But that contrasted with some other young people, like Nkola in this example, who where changes of school and in the present school, bullying and erratic discipline practices increased feelings of insecurity, unsafe, and also feeling uncared for. And she is, on the one hand, deeply critical of the corporal punishment, but also doesn't support the ban. So for her and for others, corporal punishment could be viewed as both threatening and protective at the same time in the absence of an effective disciplinary system. And for teachers and caregivers too, the ban was sometimes seen as a symbolic attack that undermined their capacity to teach or to care, particularly in the context of overcrowded, under-resourced classrooms, with their feelings of insecurity then generating sometimes harsher punishments or giving up, a kind of abrogation of responsibility to discipline or care. So to conclude, overall we felt that views, perspectives and experiences were in flux, that young people's views are complex and multifaceted, and that the web of power and violence generates insecurities in young people, teachers and caregivers that reinforce corporal punishment practices. We would argue that bans on their own won't create meaningful change, and you need to work at multiple levels to address the material, structural and institutional forces that underpin violence. And what do we learn from young people about schools? That there's a kind of importance of nurturing relationships, what Deepak in his writing has called kind of institutional cultures in schools, where we're thinking about security and also sort of a sense of belonging and voice and dialogue. Thank you.
I need to bring this mic down, and I believe everyone can hear me. Excellent. So, good afternoon. I'm so happy to see such a room full of people, especially after lunch. So, thank you for being here. And my name is Asta Ramaya, and I'm an assistant scientist at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I am a mixed methods researcher, so I do both quantitative and qualitative research. And so far, all my work has been around understanding what violence means across different contexts and how different structural determinants like gender, socioeconomic status, as well as like citizenship status affects violence experiences. So this presentation today is going to focus on understanding how adolescents experience violence and its perceived impact on mental health. So I know we haven't had any interactive things today, so I wanted to bring that approach to mine. And I think if people can just raise your hands or just shout out, I think one of the first things that I wanted to ask the audience today was,
what comes to your mind when you think about violence and mental health during adolescence? It can be solutions, it can be issues, it can be concerns, it can be programs, it can be anything. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. One more? Maybe? Suicidal thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So as we think about what everyone said right now and take that in, today I'm going to be talking about the intersection of violence and distress, because I think when we talk about mental health, especially talking about mental health in low and middle income countries, many times that becomes a stigmatized topic that is based on Western notions of what comes out as mental health, you know, and that doesn't take away. And I think it's similar for violence as well. Like, what is the meaning of violence? What is the meaning of mental health? And when you put two things together that evoke stigma and that evoke privacy, I think we need to think about how can we get data and hear the voices of people to understand these two very important intersections. So this study was done across 13 countries, and I think this was done with colleagues from around the world. It was a UNICEF-funded study, and what we found was that we found two gaps. The first gap was most of the current research is quantitative, and it occurs in single countries for a single type of violence. And what is missing is this cross-country comparison and qualitative voices of youth who are experiencing life, but as part of their life, they're experiencing this violence as well as mental health. So we wanted to understand the adolescent perspectives to violence. The second assumption and the second gap that I wanted to highlight was usually when we look at papers, when we look at reports, there is this narrative which is very gendered, that boys disproportionately are perpetrators and girls are victims. What we don't know is how violence affects boys and girls differentially, and how the gender system influences both violence as well as coping mechanisms through mental health. And so this paper was trying to understand this power structure, but it was also trying to understand the experiences of boys and girls separately, to understand their experiences as well as their coping mechanisms. So in order to fill these gaps, what we did was, one, we explored adolescents' lived experiences of violence victimization and its mental health consequences. And the second objective was to identify what were the commonalities but differences in violence victimization experiences and mental health responses based on gender, but also context, because this was done across 13 countries. And these were all the countries where we conducted the study. I am not going to go through all of them, but as I mentioned, this was a collaboration between UNICEF and Johns Hopkins, and it was part of the State of the World Children's Report in 2021. A total of 71 focus group discussions were conducted. In most of the countries, we had stratified by both sex and age, but in some of the countries, we couldn't do that, so we didn't. And we approximately, within each focus group discussion, each country recruited about 8 participants. And the participants were mostly, if you see, were from low middle income countries and were from urban or peri-urban areas. So the findings that we are getting over here are from urban poor or peri-urban areas. And the data collection happened during, right after COVID, between February and June of 2021. So for analysis, we took an inductive thematic approach, and we used open coding. And for this paper specifically, what we did was we restructured the quotations so that we had the types of violence, but how they differed by sex and how they differed by geography, as well as by environment. So where was this violence happening, you know? And so now we go to the fun part, which is the results. And here, for both boys and girls, what we found was emotional violence was the most pervasive form of harm. Young people reported verbal and relational aggression from peers, from teachers, from family, based on appearance, based on performance, or based on perceived differences. So one boy in Egypt said, once a teacher came in class and said, "Stand up." We all stood up, but one of us was tying his shoes. The teacher grabbed the boy and he beat him so badly that he bled all over. This highlights how teachers become perpetrators and how students also talked about how public humiliation for simple or minor issues, such as mistakes on assignments, also led to school-based violence, you know. One of the other very important thing that I did want to highlight was poverty. And I think when we think about it within sub-Saharan Africa, where poverty, food insecurity, lack of resources are universal, are mostly impacting a large population. This was a cross-cutting factor. And here we have a quote from a younger boy in Malawi who said, "Some of the problems boys face include being mocked to say, 'Who are you? Your homes are poor. You are not eating daily. Look at us. We're gaining weight now. You are just getting thin.'" You know? And so bringing in that verbal aspect and how what is happening within the family transcends to the school and comes from peers becomes very, very real in the lives of adolescents. So now my next slide is going to be looking at what were the unique experiences for boys. And what we found was that growing up in places where physical violence was routine and was very much linked to gang activity, drugs, as well as gang activity as well as drugs. And fighting was actually normalized, but it was a necessary coping strategy or a defense mechanism. So here, older male in Kenya said, you might find that someone is using drugs, and you just know drugs don't make people think straight. He might be sitting somewhere just studying people, yet he doesn't know them, and if you follow him, anything can happen, or even fighting can erupt from nowhere. He might beat you, then you get injured, or you get beat, or you beat him, then you get arrested, you know? And so this brings in all these different levels. So what is happening? This is more around community-based violence, and it is through how drug use and substance use affects aggression and becomes a form of coping for boys to show that they're boys and to demonstrate these heteronormative norms that we have. Now, we go to girls' unique experiences. And what was very evident amongst girls was these experiences of sexual violence and sexual harassment. So these were usually perpetrated by parents, by step-parents, as well as by teachers. And there were transactional sex demands under the threat of losing educational opportunities as well. Girls reported abuse, being shamed or silenced by adults who are supposed to be the ones protecting them, right? And so this led directly to dress as well as mobility restrictions. So here, an older girl in Chile said, in schools where I studied, the girls could not wear short tights because there were male teachers who could look up their legs. So we had to go around exercising with sweatpants, all hot, simply because male teachers could not look at our legs, you know? And I think this comes back to how are we using the norms and what are we doing when it comes to understanding and addressing these violence experiences, which directly affect mental health, you know? In the Middle East and North African region, violence was used to enforce patriarchal control, and there were a lot of quotes around gender norms. Now, here, a younger girl from Egypt said, I know someone who has a brother that wanted money. He would take it from his sister, and if she refused, he would hit her. Another girl from Jordan said, it is possible that she will be beaten by her family and be afraid of them and commit suicide, so that they will not punish her and commit suicide because she feels she's the reason for their dignity. So here, we are bringing in what is happening at the family level. What do these norms mean at the family level, and how does that impact girls themselves? So this is one of my last slides, I believe, but I think in summary, what we're seeing is we see that violence is experienced universally by adolescents, and this directly takes a toll on their mental health as well as their emotional distress. However, we also see that the nature of violence differs for boys and girls, you know? And growing concern on mental as well as emotional health of young people. While mental health services are crucial, we need to address the structural determinants such as poverty, such as unequal gender norms, which contribute to both violence, but also the mental health of young people. The family, the school, and the community structures are also contributing to this mental distress. And what we need are solutions which bring in all of these different levels and have national commitments through policy, but also have communities engaged in those national commitments so that we have interventions across all the different levels. Programs should also be gender sensitive and context specific based on the power differentials. And policies should focus on creating and protecting emotional well-being. Lastly, as a researcher, I think I would be remiss not to provide research implications, but most of the future research should evaluate the effectiveness and the cost efficiency of interventions amongst young people, as well as have studies and programs that integrate gender and poverty and how they shape both mental health and safety. So this is my last slide, but I wanted to ask all of you again, how would you address emotional distress? Thoughts? Sounds good. All right. Thank you. These are the references, and then this is my email.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Ibuka.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the organizer for this opportunity to present my study. Today I'll be presenting a study that I did in collaboration with a colleague on differential impacts of bullying and sexual violence on girls' self-esteem in Nigeria. Okay. Okay. So this we speak out this in this study, our main focus is to look at the buffering role of social support, whether social support acts as a moderator in the relationship between these two forms of school-based violence and girls' self-esteem. And for this study, we use baseline data from World Bank Agile project that was conducted in three northern states in Nigeria, which comprises secondary school girls across these three states. Next slide. So as a form of background to our study, so the prevalence of child violence in Nigeria is high. And according to the last Violence Against Children survey, which happened in 2014, it shows that 6 in 10 children experience any form of violence. And again, 1 in 4 girls report experiencing sexual violence. And one striking thing about this is that just fewer than this number receive any form of support, any form of formal support after these incidents. So the motivation behind our study is, according to a recent review of literature across low and middle income countries, it shows that the adoption of post-school approaches in mitigating the effects of school violence is most time limited in most countries. And the same is the case for countries like Nigeria. A study found that across sample schools that were surveyed, most of the teachers did not receive any kind of formal training on how to resolve issues around school-based violence. So, yeah, next slide. So this forms the motivation behind our study. And in this study, we kind of examined 2 key hypotheses. Like I mentioned earlier, we looked at the direct relationship between exposure to this school-related gender-based violence. Specifically, we looked at bullying and sexual violence, whether this has a direct relationship with girls' self-esteem. And in our second hypothesis, we tried to look at whether passive social support from family, friends, and other significant individuals could act as a mediator between this relationship. Next slide. So our study is based on the stress buffering model of Cohen and Wells, 1985. So according to this stress buffering model, it argues that social support can help to mitigate the effects of stressors. In this case, we are looking at SRGBV exposure as possible stressor to psychosocial outcome, which is girls' self-esteem in our context. So we are primarily looking at how passive social support moderates this relationship between school-based violence exposure and girls' self-esteem. So this formed the key objective of our study. Next slide. So for this study, like I mentioned earlier, that this study is based on, we use baseline data from Agile Project, which is the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment. So it is a kind of analytical cross-sectional design study. And the geographical coverage of this baseline data is 3 northern Nigerian states, and the methodology that was used to generate this data was face-to-face interview with students, their caregivers, and principal. And for the data, the original data set has over 8,000 observations for secondary school girls. But in our analytical sample, we use only 5,936 of these observations. And the demographics of this sample, the age range of students is between 15 to 20 years. And most of these students are day students. And also we try to capture some school level factors that could also explain this relationship. And one of these factors that we included in our analysis is a measure of school infrastructure, which we constructed using information on availability of some key infrastructure, such as toilets and number of seats, and whether there's available seats for students and all of that. And yeah, the location distribution of our study is distributed across urban, rural, and semi-urban areas in these 3 northern states. Next slide. So all the measures that we use in this study were adapted from the standardized instruments that was administered during the Agile survey. So both our measures of school-based violence, that is bullying and sexual violence, and also our measures of social support and girls' self-esteem, they were all adapted from the survey. And the survey used standardized instruments, which is common among researchers. And we also included some key control variables in our analysis. Next slide. So our analytical approach, like I mentioned earlier, this is an analytical cross-sectional design study. So we use a multi-level linear model to be able to account for the nested nature of the data sets, because these 5,936 students, they were nested across 69 secondary schools in this state. So we wanted to account for that. That is the motivation behind our analytical approach. And the model specification is just like every multi-level model. We started with the unconditional norm model, then the main effects, and then we tested for the moderation as well. Next slide. So the key findings from our study is that, first of all, about the direct relationship between school-based violence exposure and girls' self-esteem. Just like most studies showed, we found evidence that there is a direct negative association between these two measures of school-based violence and girls' self-esteem. But an interesting thing is that we noticed that in terms of the magnitude of the coefficients, we noticed that sexual violence tend to have higher, the magnitude is a bit higher compared to bullying victimization. And also the association between passive social support and girls' self-esteem. We also found a positive association, which is expected. So across all the measures of passive social support that we included in the study, we found a significant positive association across these measures of girls' self-esteem. And also some of the contextual factors that we accounted for also showed a significant association with our outcome variable, which is girls' self-esteem. Next slide. Okay, so another key findings from our study, which is the main finding, is about the moderating role of social support. So when we interacted bullying and social support, we observed that there is a significant moderation effect across three measures of social support, particularly from family support and friend support, and also the overall indicator of passive social support. We noticed that there is a moderation effect, but on the other hand, when we did the same for sexual violence, there is no significant moderation across all the measures of social support. So next slide. Yeah, okay, a simple slope analysis of bullying and social support, the interaction between these two, it shows that there is a conditional effect of bullying across different levels of passive social support. So we noticed that for girls that reported high passive support, in this case, we just visualize only that of family support. We see that the effect is almost eliminated compared to those that reported low and average social support. So for those that reported the low social support, the negative association tends to be more stronger compared to those that has, for those that reported high passive family support, we noticed that it turns to be positive, and it remains negative but not significant. And this is clearly shown using this chart. So what are the key takeaways from our study? Next slide. Yeah, so one of the major key takeaways from our study is how different forms of school-based violence may tend to have different different impacts on girls' self-esteem. And our study kind of provided suggestive evidence on that. From what I just showed earlier, we noticed that in as much as there is a kind of both bullying and sexual violence have negative association with girls' self-esteem. But when we now tested for the moderation and social support, we noticed that social support does not moderate the effects of sexual violence on girls' self-esteem. So one possible explanation to our finding is that, or one possible explanation to this finding could be that the stigma or trauma attached to sexual violence could be overwhelming, that any general support could not be able to mitigate its impact on girls' self-esteem. So a key takeaway is that when designing policies and intervention that tend to address school-based violence, it is important that we pay attention to each of these forms of violence, because it's possible that an intervention designed to address bullying may not be also effective to address the effects of sexual violence. And yeah, some of the key limitations of our study that is worth noting is that the cross-sectional design of our study. So our claims here does not in any way infer causality, and also on measurements, because that is one of the key problems when designing intervention or when carrying out surveys that has to do with school-based violence. So we recommend that future studies could take this into account and build upon this evidence to design interventions that are properly targeted at addressing the effects of school-based violence on girls' self-esteem across rural and middle-income countries. Thank you.
Special thank you to Eboka for soldiering on with technology and staying up late at night as well. So thank you very much. So you heard from all our three panelists. The through line in all three presentations was this idea that children's experience of violence is as Jenny uses this language, layered experience. It's not an event, but it's the context of their lives, that multiple things are informing how they're analyzing that experience of violence, and multiple implications emerge as a result of it. And therefore, it's really not easy to come up with one magic bullet that solves all the issue of violence against children, but that it needs, in some ways, a much more nuanced intervention. So thank you very much to all three of you. The floor is open for questions. Anyone want to start this off? So maybe we'll start from here, and then we'll come here.
Thank you so much for these excellent presentations. My question is from Astha. I just wanted you to reflect on the socio-demographic factors that are of relevance, particularly in all these 13 countries, apart from gender and age. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentations, super interesting and also novel ways that helped me also think about the problem. So I had a question for Jenny. So there's recent work coming out by Nava Ashra, where they're trying to provide participants in their program with something, what they call is envisioning a new way of seeing themselves and seeing the world. The paper is called Learning to See a World of Opportunities. So this came to mind when you were describing your results, that in a context where there's such high levels of violence in school, which I'm projecting, they also extrapolate also to the household in other contexts. So then the level of acceptability and normalization of violence is so hard that it also influences what they think corporal punishment is, the value of corporal punishment, let's say, quote unquote. And in this setting is like almost like a violence trap, or it's very difficult to imagine a different scenario. I think you mentioned the Western values and Western type of approach, let's say. So I don't know if there's something to this in your context, and if you think providing an opportunity where there is a substantial change in the system, not individual, something much larger, which would allow to shift a little bit sort of this trap in this very high violence context where everybody around me is in this, so I am not able to see something else, something different. And considering it also through the lens of how the history, the colonial history, and so on, how this, I've always been trained to thought in this manner. This is the only thing I see. I cannot observe anything else because I've never seen it.
Thank you. One more question over there, and then we'll come to you.
This is a question for Asta, Xavier UNESCO. Some of your quotes reminded me of an old concept in social psychology, which is the one of secondary victimization, and the theory of the belief of in a just world by Lerner, whereby people believe that in a just world, if something happens to someone, it is probably because that someone deserved it somehow. So if a girl is raped, it's because the skirt was too short, or if someone was beaten, it's because that someone was hanging with the wrong people, or if a child is disciplined, it's because this child obviously behaved badly. And so it's called secondary victimization because there is the being beaten, raped, etc. But on top of that, believing that there is a justification for it. And I was wondering if this is something that applied to your results, to what you observed, and if this could be a useful concept for you to interpret them.
Thank you. Do you want to start by addressing?
Sure. I will address the socio-demographic factors. So if you looked at the list of the 13 countries beyond sex and age, we also sampled from cities, and these were most of the major cities. So in China, we had Shanghai. In Chile, we had Santiago. Most of the adolescents were in school. They were not out of school, but the schools that they were going to were public schools, which meant that we were getting the urban pool, like the lower socioeconomic status, given like a lot of private schools in these areas, and so those were mostly our socio-demographics. I know from previous work in sub-Saharan Africa, many of the adolescents lived in single-family homes. So they were either living with a mother or a father or a grandparent. And so in sub-Saharan Africa, I think some of the quotes were talking about stepfathers who were part and parcel of the violence. And so those were very prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa. So in terms of secondary victimization, and I think, thank you very much for that question. I think this goes back to, and I think with like the release of the Epstein files and all of these things that are happening around the world, there is a lot of time where people believe they're doing the right thing to bring people back to track. So this comes with like drug use. This comes with like some of these coping mechanisms where the girl said that it's better if I commit suicide so that my family's dignity is maintained, you know. And I think this comes back to these social norms that you are talking about, and the fact that social norms are so inbuilt in people's minds that what they're doing is the right thing for that group of people also begs the question about why are we not recognizing that every human can make mistakes, you know? And it's not that even if they make mistakes, they should still have the opportunity to see a life where they are able to fulfill their own potential. And I think this is a very much, again, it comes back to the norms and what are the norms at the community level, which influence what others think are the right behaviors and what are not the right behaviors. And when we talk about injunctive norms as well as descriptive norms, we also know about sanctions and we know about rewards, you know? And so if a person engages in a behavior that someone else thinks is wrong, then that someone else thinks it's their role to make amends and teach them, you know? And I think from the transcripts, this comes out very, very acutely. And it goes back to, we talk about these levels of hierarchies, you know? And it goes back to power structures and how people within these power structures, depending on which place they're in, which person they're in, say, this is the right thing to say, and this is not the right thing to say, or this is the right thing to do, or this is not the right thing to do. And I think in the end, we need to, when we are thinking about solutions, we need to go back to that agency. We need to go back to the collective resilience and community-based resilience, you know? And I know resilience is a very big word. I do think these solutions need to address these norms amongst those who are thinking, who are like part and parcel of the victimization process and the perpetration process, you know, when we are designing solutions. And so one of the really nice things that I think this data shows is that multi-level interventions need to be addressed based on to address school violence, you know.
You want to pick up the...
Yeah, sure. The question about envisaging the world differently. Yeah, I mean, I think what I intended to say is that it's highly contested, corporal punishment, in that setting. So it's not that everybody can't see the world differently, and that experiences of the past and also the kind of continuing present in schools have a bearing. But in that context, there were lots of moves between schools, particularly with this was just, most of those interviews were after the COVID lockdown. Lots of people went to new schools. So there's a kind of big turnaround. So lots of different kind of experiences. And so I think for quite a lot of young people, they could envisage things differently in a way. But the kind of constant repetition of forms of violence just grinds into you, as well as, you know, the other kind of power dynamics that I was talking about. So, yeah, I guess I think people, I don't think we should be giving false promises to people, which is one of the, I haven't read the article you're talking about. It sounds like I should do. It'd be interesting. But I think we have to be careful about kind of, they found no effects. Yeah. But we kind of have to address what's producing the things that kind of layer violence into place, hold it in place. But I would say these aren't passive young people who are just, the ones that found it most difficult to envisage the world differently are the ones who are out of school because of poverty, because they've been kind of pushed out of school, and they're so busy living their day-to-day lives, they're not exposed to schools which are trying, even if violence is happening, corporal punishment is happening, it's not happening in every class, they're experiencing different things, they have sometimes opportunities to think and reflect and question. But if you're living your daily life where you're just trying to get on with your job and you're working, or you're finding a way of means to existence, it's much harder. So it's not equal for people.
And so the unifying thought between the two being that for interventions, not only do you need to address skill building in the person who's experiencing violence, but we also have to address the belief systems and the operational culture around that person such that it's possible for them to change. Yeah? Addressing injunctive norms as well as alternative visions of yourself being possible because of the prevailing value system. Buka, feel free to comment if you have a comment. Yeah, just let me know that you want to come. You have a question?
Two quick questions. One for Ebuka. I think this question of the buffering effect, I think, is a really interesting one, and I think the initial finding that for some kinds of violence, like bullying, it's more effective than others. You mentioned the limitations of the cross-sectional data, and I was just curious if you've thought at all about kind of, what the next study, like what the next best study would be to do to kind of figure out how to sort of take advantage of these buffering networks to support children. And then I have an impossible question for Jenny, because it comes out of, this paper, there are these very contested views, right? And so like with the ban, some people like the ban, some people hate corporal punishment but still don't like the ban. So this is going beyond the paper, but do you have an intuition about, whether there's like an inflection point, right? Like how, in order to get to a place where it's kind of, accepted that whether it's corporal punishment or some other sort of violence, like how far do we have to get? There will always be some contestation of these things, right? Like there are always people who have a counter belief, but how far we need to get before we're able to sort of see real societal shifts.
So Ebuka, should we go, because we're running short of, then we'll come to you on panel. Yeah? Did you want to answer that, respond to that comment from David?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay. So I think building on these findings, I think future studies can, because a recent review showed that relationship-based interventions are not quite common when it comes to like addressing these school-based violence. So the fact that our findings suggest that maybe intervention that try to leverage on informal support, maybe from family, and intervention that is kind of relationship centered could help to mitigate the negative effects of bullying on girls' self-esteem. And also going forward, it's the fact that we did not, there is no suggestive evidence concerning bullying role on sexual violence. It also suggests that future studies can try to, when designing interventions that is targeted at addressing sexual violence, it is best to use approaches that kind of provide kind of specialized support for this form of violence. So when in our paper, we try to argue about what we call what is common in most low and middle income African countries, that sexual violence has a kind of stigma that is attached to it. So addressing this kind of thing should go beyond every common type of intervention. It should also try to look at finding specific or interventions that are best tailored for sexual violence. And such kind of intervention could be providing specialized support for girls who are victims of this form of violence, and also trying to address the social norms that are attached to this form of violence.
We're short of time, so quick. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. It's a question for Jenny, and also in response to David's question around when we would see real societal shifts. And I think when we're looking at moving from implementation of a ban into lived practice in schools, we're not looking just at changing gender and social norms, but we're also looking at putting in place alternates. So looking at positive discipline in schools, or examples of school leaders that are creating a positive school culture, or other interventions that we've seen through the Good School Toolkit, for example. So in your research, did you find any little islands of hope, or young people that had experienced other ways of being within school environments that, in that sense, then reflected differently on the way they viewed corporal punishment, and how that transformation could happen at more of a school or societal level?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, thank you for answering Dave's question. Very helpful.
Or trying to.
And yes, I think the example of Kalunji that I gave is kind of an example of hope, and he wasn't the only person that way. And what I would say is it's not about kind of going along and just teaching alternative discipline, because it's not dealing with all those other layers, but it is about what the Good School Kit tries to do. And in fact, what I didn't really get a chance to speak about is that some of these young people, when they've been in primary school, their schools had been through the kind of Good Schools Toolkit process, but this was like 4 years or even 6 or 8 years later. Different schools hadn't had that. So most of the young people didn't remember it. It wasn't necessarily targeting. It was, working with the whole school. It wasn't about something that the children you would want the children necessarily to remember. But they might. But in fact, Kalunji did remember it, and he did sort of talk about how that made him think about what a good school was. And so I think that kind of notion of thinking beyond just kind of going in and teaching alternative discipline, or you've got to find ways to sack teachers, or to just deal with a ban, is about how you deal with the kinds of layering of this kind of feelings of insecurity that school members are left with, that then reinforces the violence, and so having to kind of work at those different levels at the same time. And that, I think, is what the Good Schools Toolkit does beautifully. What the Good Schools Toolkit, we should get you, Hope and Deepak, to talk more about it. But the issue is often with interventions, they go in, they have time limited period, then they leave again. And of course, what the Raising Voices have been trying to do since then has been like, how do you integrate this into the fabric of an education system? And that's what we, as researchers, haven't been very good at really thinking about. How do you really do that? So
Thank
there we
you
go.
for that. Any final quick 1 minute thing before we end, because we're 2 minutes over time. So
No, I think we're good.
anything you want to say before we clock off, Ebuka? Sorry, I'm pointing to the screen. You're fine. Anything, Quinn?
That's fine, I'm done.
Okay. Thank you very much to our panelists for taking the time, and thank you for the wonderful questions. We are breaking for half an hour, and we'll come back here in the next session. You do not want to miss. It's the most exciting session of the day, so come back already.